A very good morning to everybody. Um, Good to see you here in the University of Latvia. Let's start the conference organized by a Life OrgBalt project. I was educated that this project covers 5 countries: Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, Finland, and Germany. And I was actually, with my open ears, wandering around these rooms and listening to the languages. And I heard quite loud Lithuanians. Are you here? Yes. Okay, so the central flank here is Lithuanians. What about Estonians? Yeah. One, two, three. Yes. Nice. Um, right. Latvians, locals. Yo. Majority, I believe. People from Finland. Huh. Nice. Nice to hear. But do you know each other? I mean, what? That's the reason you sit apart, right? Okay. What about German people? Guten Morgen. Sind Sie hier? Okay. All right. Um, and the rest, right? Probably somebody is from other places as well. Good to see you all. My name is Oscar. I'm going to be your host today. So, all the questions you might have, any breaks, during the breaks, just come and ask me, and I will guide you to the right person. All in all, I think you are familiar already with the rooms, but anyhow, the room next to us is for the lunch. You had, some of you at least, had coffee and tea there. So posters are just when you go out on the left side. So your poster exhibition, make sure you check that in the lunch break. What else? We'll have a joint photo. So in the lunch break in the very beginning, but then I will instruct you again about that thing. So all in all, a lot of sitting. Yes, like in conferences, we have several parts: the keynote section in the very beginning, then 2 working work sections, and in the end the panel discussion as well. Throughout the event, I encourage you to use the Slido platform. You see on the left part of our screens, and also our online audience. Welcome to the event. You also see in your titles Slido instructions. Let's start with Slido. Just warm up. So make sure you enter in your web browser, slido.com, or you just scan the QR code that you see on the slide. And yeah, you get in the virtual room where you can ask questions to our speakers. But before that, let's see the average temperature in this room, and we will have several questions to you guys. So make sure you enter that virtual room of Slido for this event. Done? You're not going to do that. You're just not following the instructions. You always have these people. But then again, I'm paid by hours, so I can stay as long as you do that. So, okay, so what country do you represent? We had already a little social activity here, but yeah, we see Latvians a majority, at least somebody typed LV. Okay, so that's also Latvia, I believe. So this is just for warm-up. We see 16 participants. It's way too few, so please do join Slido. I would like to see at least 50%, which would be about like 40 people online in Slido. Okay, it's 26 now. Oh, it's growing rapidly. Okay, Litva. This is the way you say in Lithuanian? Litva. Lietuva. But it says Litva. Jurate, what is this? Is this a new country or what? Jurate. Where are you from? I'm from Jurate. Where is it? What's the capital of Jurate? Yes. Yes, the same. Okay. I think in Vilnius you had some sort of a district, like a separate country, didn't you? Like in Copenhagen. All right. Deutschland. Okay. Good. Oh, 44 people. Thank you for participation. So the point is you stay on Slido throughout the whole day, because that's the virtual place you can ask questions. You see in the topper section of the platform, you can switch between questions and polls. So let's move on to the next poll, which is, what is your primary area of focus within greenhouse gases topic? Policy and regulation. So we have some policy makers or policy implementers. in the room? Okay. As far as for now, nobody from technological innovation field, but that's fine. Public education and advocacy. Okay. All right. So we see. So somebody who wrote these multiple choice answers thought that there would be people from technological field, but well, seems to be not the case. All right, we have almost 50 participants. Thank you for that. Let's move to the next. You might wonder how many are there. We will have 4. So it was the second, now it's the third. So what's your favorite way to reduce your carbon footprint in daily life? All right, using public transportation, eating a plant-based diet, recycling and composting. Can you have multiple answers in this question? It's just one, so it's just a favorite. Okay, okay. Using energy efficient appliances. So what is that? It's like using your smartphones now? Is that energy efficient? Well, depends how you look at it. I mean, we're not using paper for this exercise, although we could have just, raising hands and stuff, but then it's difficult to calculate. All right, recycling and composting. I do that as well in my house. It's fun. Composting part is fun, throwing things out. But then when you have to manage the whole thing, that's not so much fun. But you get used to that, right? And you have your own greenhouse. You can grow your tomatoes. Latvians are crazy about growing tomatoes, breeding different kinds of tomatoes. What about Lithuanians? Do you know what tomato is? Yes, it's a berry, I think. Sorry. But it's almost like a potato. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Tastes almost the same. It's like a chicken, Whenever you want to describe something, you say it tastes like a chicken, a bit different. Okay. Thank you. 52 participants. And the last poll. Let's switch to that. All right, so this is a bit more serious, I think. So what's the best way to foster international collaboration on greenhouse gases issues? Rank your answers. This is difficult. Come on, organizers. It's just the very beginning of the day and we have rank things. So joint research projects like this one. International conferences like this one. Online collaboration platforms like this one, right? Or not so much, maybe. I wonder how many participants in Slido are currently from our online audience. Hopefully some. So feel free to use that platform. Or if you type a comment or question in Facebook platform, we will do our best to transfer that to Slido as well. Okay, so ranking. First rank is joint research projects. Then we have policy roundtables. Policymakers like tables, right? It's the whole job of theirs is just sitting at tables and discussing things and then agreeing on the next meeting, isn't it? So, no, I'm just kidding. I mean, obviously they do a lot apart from that, but that's probably the most obvious part that we see from policymakers' job. All right, conferences and of course also online collaboration platforms. So 52 is probably the number. So what about you? Are you on Slido yet? Okay, so you kind of lost it. Because initially you were like, I'm not going to use that, but now you're in. So something happened. Your friend, so you got influenced. So he's an influencer. All right, this is how it works. Social pressure, I think is a scientific term. All right, let's start the conference. I think we have warmed up ourselves. And I would like to ask to the stage for the opening remarks Life OrgBalt project manager from Latvian State Forest Research Institute, Silava, Ieva Lītīte.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone here in conference room and participating remotely. It's our great pleasure to meet you all here in our final conference of Life OrgBalt project. We have been working for 5 years, can you imagine, together. And now we are ready to present you what we understood, what we concluded. We are ready to share with you everything. Just be kind and take it from us. We have great people here in this region. We have great but sometimes tough nature, and we have also great ideas. And that is how and why and how Life OrgBalt project was born back into 2019 when this story started. And back then and also now, we understand the importance of global perspectives as well as importance of regional data. And you may see in this slide that we have zoomed out our project territory. These are Baltic states, as it was mentioned by moderator, Finland and Germany. And when you look at IPCC global map of climate territories, you can notice that our region is in cool, temperate, moist climate zone. But when we zoom in, we can see different characteristics of temperate, of boreal, of hemiboreal features. And that is why that is why we are digging deeper. That is why we understand how important local and regional data are. And we did a lot of data mining in this process and data analysis just to explain why we are a bit different from this broad region of cool, temperate, moist climate, but still in this climate zone. If I had to formulate in one sentence what Life OrgBalt project is about, it is about finding better solutions, how to manage nutrient-rich organic soil, drained nutrient-rich organic soil in forestry and agriculture, to find better solutions to contribute positively towards climate change mitigation. It's not always so that organic soil contributes positively. It happens, it contributes negatively. And it's one of characteristics of organic soil. And you can see in this slide down below, very unfortunate proportion of distribution of nutrient-rich organic soil in Europe and greenhouse gas emissions created by this area. And this disadvantageous proportion is 3% per area, creates about 25% of greenhouse gas emissions associated with sector of agriculture. And this, indeed, this proportion speaks by itself. And that's why we are here, and that's why we have worked for so long time together. Also, when we look for definitions, we can find multiple definitions for organic soils, for soil, for peatlands. And IPCC guidelines give us very broad definition, and each country is invited to use their national definitions. And there are also very many names for peatland. You know, bogs, swamps, mares, etc. But what we do in Life OrgBalt project, we are working with territories whose pictures you can see in upper corner of this slide currently. And these are territories you can maybe describe at the first glance as just croplands and grasslands and wet forest. If I may made very broad generalization, usually these are areas previously ground-fed bogs which were drained centuries ago, and now currently are used for these purposes of forestry and agriculture. You can even not notice that this territory is different until you take a sample and take deeper look. And exactly with these nutrient-rich drained organic soils, we are dealing with this project, which is not exactly the same as nice pictures by Māra Pakalne from Latvia. Wetland pictures you can see down below in this slide. We are concentrating our attention on managed, drained, nutrient-rich organic soil in forestry and agriculture. And about scope, I already mentioned scope is forest and agricultural land. And you can see our main targets currently on slide and described. And of course, experts will give you much more details and results, how we achieved those targets within the project, but just to mention them briefly. First, it's about greenhouse gas inventory improvements. We have worked hard on regionally specific activity data, on regionally specific greenhouse gas emission factors. That's our first main target point. Second, it's about demonstration of climate change mitigation measures. Pre-selected climate change mitigation measures back then in 2019, 18, and in this project we demonstrated them in 17 different demonstration sites and analyzed them and looked from different perspectives. And also we are currently still in bit of preparation of proposals for policymakers, but all our measures are analyzed and information is available now. And third one, it's about tools and guidelines. We promised one tool, but developed two even. One tool is for policymakers level to be operated at the national level, mostly for to guide policymakers and allow them some playing with data, as well as another tool to be used mostly for by farmers and foresters. And both of these tools, they are just instruments. You can change input data, you can play with your data, and you can see outcome while implementing different scenarios. That is our contribution towards interactive coming in of different players in this sector and allowing playing with data in the most positive way, just to analyze what would be the best solutions. And to conclude, in fact, my very brief introductory slides, the last one, and it is about sustainability. This is a very good and old concept from Brundtland's report back from 1984, and it's still valid, it's still very important, and all of this project is wrapped around this concept. And here we want to emphasize that there is environmental circle, of course, there is social circle, of course, and there is economic circle. And only in the middle, you can find sustainable long-term solutions. And that is what we did in this project. And that is our understanding of long-term sustainable solutions, to look where those circles overlap. Otherwise, you could lose your focus in different directions. By this, I would like to conclude my very brief introductory remarks and just information about project, and forward the microphone back to Oscars and our dear keynote speakers. Yes. To really open this.
But before you go, I was just wondering, it's been a long 5 years, I believe. What was the most challenging in this project for you? Like professionally?
We experienced COVID situation.
You did? I did as well.
Yes,
did you?
As a whole nation. Okay. And yes. it prolonged our project, in
Why?
fact, instead of 4 to 5 years, because it was really hard to do logistics and to buy equipment and everything.
But it was fine to be out there in the nature, I believe, do
yes,
research.
Yes, but we couldn't go in one car,
Yes.
Two people.
Right. But it seems like a long time ago, doesn't it? I mean, it's like something in the past, but it's just a few years. Okay, apart from that...
it took a bit to agree on something, including methodology. We worked hard. And
was it Lithuanians?
No, it was all of us.
Okay.
it was all of us who wanted to contribute. We have a lot of very bright scientists and with bright ideas.
Lithuanian bright scientists.
Yes.
Okay.
And to join our forces into the best methodology was, I would say, one of big challenges. Yeah.
But you overcame the obstacles.
We overcame obstacles.
And do you have a feeling that you had 5 years sounds a long time, but then again, when it passes, it kind of might feel that it was too short. Do you have this feeling?
Yes, and we have forward-looking ideas as well.
I believe so.
Yeah. It feels like we understood a lot, but we understood also about gaps left, and
Yeah, the more you know, the
The
more you
know,
understand. You
yes.
don't know
Exactly,
things.
it's the same old principle as sustainability
Yeah,
as this one works well.
great. Thank you so much for opening. Yes. All right. We shall now move to our keynote session, and unfortunately, I have to say that one of the three keynote speakers couldn't make it, and Lucia is just very sorry. The last minute changes in her schedule, she could not be here with us today, even remotely. So we just move on to our next speaker. And I think I was looking at the screens that Emmanuel is ready to open the keynote session. So Emmanuel is working on the climate and environmental dimension of agriculture with a focus on soils, and he's the author of more than 88 papers in peer-reviewed journals. So well done, Mr. Logato. I see you on the screen. I'm not sure you can see me, but probably you can hear me since you're smiling a little bit.
I can also see you.
Oh, nice. That's good. Good to see you then. Okay, we are ready to move on to your presentation. So let's kick it off.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and hello everybody. Thank you for inviting me. I will try to stay with you the morning because this project seems very interesting. So my name is Emanuele Lugato. I'm working at the Joint Research Center. It's a DG of the European Commissions, and we are the scientific arms. We provide the support to the policymakers. So in this presentation, I want to, according to my view, present a bit what are the scientific challenges for monitoring and then preserving and restoring peatlands, in particular referring also to the European regulatory context. And yeah, I'm going to move suddenly to this slide. Where I can see I put the peatland at the center of the target because peatland are really recognized some very important key ecosystems. They hold a lot of carbon. They can provide many ecosystem services, hotspot biodiversity, and but at the same time we know that in Europe many peatlands are degraded. So there are several policies, and this probably list is not exhaustive, that are somewhat targeting peatland. And I put as examples important policy like the LULUCF regulation, which is the policy that is doing the greenhouse inventory of these ecosystems. But we know that this policy doesn't have any, let's say, specific mandatory action on those ecosystems, and there is also no target for specifically for peatland, but there are binding target in for emission reduction for assigned to the different member state. So in essence, they just try to the LULUCF try to have a better inventory, better emissions from those ecosystems. We have also the other important policies is the common agricultural policy. With the last reform, the CAP has introduced the Guide 2, the Good Agriculture Environmental Standard, which aims to protect organic rich soils. And this mandatory action are more related to ban of plowing, ban of further drainage, and although there are some member states that can adopt, let's say, more advanced, measure ambitious action with throughout eco scheme or also agro-environmental measures. And so the farmers under GAEC, which has a parcel flags under GAEC 2, has to do this mandatory action. But of course, the policy itself is not accounting for different greenhouse gas emission related to the action. We have also other law, and there are still under discussion, like the National Restoration Law, This contains really target for restoring drained peatlands and also rewetting part of that. But this law is still under discussion, so we will see how the final outcomes, what will be the final, let's say, agreement. And also the soil monitoring law is under discussion, and this is more about monitoring the soil, monitoring the soil organic carbon changes, and also the sustainable soil management. It's unfortunate that Lucia is not here because we have recently finally voted the carbon removal certification framework, and this is a law that aims to implement a voluntary carbon market, and also it will affect the whole carbon farming somewhat activities. So this will include also peatlands, and a methodology is under development by some expert groups to somewhat recognize how to calculate this carbon credit that can be anyway sold in a market, and of course in this peculiar case of peatlands, also the avoid emissions or a reduction of the emission will be of course recognized, because we know that in the short term is impossible to turn a system, a peatland, towards a let's say a net sink of carbon. We will come back later on this aspect. So this is the take message is that anyway, that we have different policies targeting peatlands, but every policy can have its own specific objective, and so we really need a big an effort to integrate all the policy to, let's say, hit the center of our target. And for what concerns the climate change, we know that the European, with the Green Deal, is committed to reach the carbon neutrality by 2050. The land will be more and more important. And if you look at the current situation, this is a paper done at the JRC, we see that the carbon sink in Europe, that was mainly due to forest, is decreasing. So we still have a carbon sink of about minus 300, even less, let's say 200 something megatons of CO2 equivalent. This sink is decreasing, but we also have for the LULUCF sector emissions, which are mainly related to peatland cultivation. I'll come back later on this aspect. If we look also at the mineral soils, this is a study we recently published at the JRC. We also see that European mineral soils are losing a bit of carbon in the range of 9 to 28 megatons of CO2 equivalent. So that's complicate a bit our ambition to be neutral, especially because the land in the future will have much more weight as all this sector will be decarbonized. Cultural area, so peatlands. This is according one of the latest, not the last, but one of the latest greenhouse gas inventory, and we see that despite the small share, peatlands emit a lot of CO2 equivalents. We are around 100 megatons, and we see that most 85% come from agricultural and croplands and grassland land uses, and in particular, okay, there's a lot of peatlands under grasslands, and emission factors are still very somewhat uncertain. And in fact, there was a study published by the Greifswald Center some years ago that recalculate the emissions starting from the national submissions, and they recalculate, and they found out that they estimate higher emissions compared to what is reported by by national submissions, even higher than under 60 megatons of CO2 equivalent. And they explain the difference in terms of area correction, so and also emission factor when they use especially their own maps, and they found out that still the detection of peatlands, the area of peatlands, can account for 60% of the difference in the emissions reported. So there's still a lot of work that we have to do to improve really the monitoring, the maps, and the monitoring of the ecosystems, of those ecosystems. The European, let's say the Eurostat, in collaboration also with the GRC, some years ago launched the land use coverage area frame service, the so-called LUCAS land cover, and in this surveys there is a soil component. So in many campaigns started in 2009 and then following 2015, 2018, now 2022, there was a collection really on many soil samples. We have a huge archive of soil samples. And just an example, so I try to, from the LUCAS data, try to identify soils that can be considered as organic soils, having at least 60% of organic carbon. And I just overlay these soils with the peatland map of Europe, which come from the work of Tannenberger et al., a map that also ingested many somewhat data from member state. And you can see that sometimes this is not evident, but I can tell you that many times this LUCAS point that does not overlay even the Tannenberger map. And it's anyway really difficult with this sparse point, LUCAS points, to build a map of a new map of organic soils, because also the distribution is very patchy of peatlands, and even with digital soil mapping, it's very difficult to build an accurate map. They can be very good if you look at the European scales, but if you want to have a map, a fine scale map to implement policy, it's a little bit hard. So we really need to also integrate. It was already said by the previous speaker to integrate a lot of local knowledge because it's valuable. And this is what we have done in a project starting during the COVID in 2021 here at the GRC in collaboration with DG Clima. A project called SEPLA, which aims to somewhat improve the inventory of peatlands and wetlands and address the monitoring, preservation, and restoration. Indeed, it was a project, a collaboration project with some member state, and where we, as somewhat the aim was to somewhat having try to better monitoring, better using the especially the data from of the member state for the LULUCF reporting, but also involve the DG Agri because the introduction of the GAEC 2. As I said before, it was a project in collaboration with 4 member states, including Latvia, also Denmark, Bulgaria, Ireland. They participated. And it was a bit a kind of refinement of the, if you want, to wetland supplements, where we try to somewhat get all the data, working with the member state, try to understand which data are available, the completeness, how to integrate better the information to reach to the final mapping and definition of the IPCC wetland subcategories. And we a little bit focusing, we were focusing more on organic soils and on cropland and grassland and wetland category in this sense. So what we learned from this project was that, as I also said before, that peatlands are complex ecosystems, and sometimes the same biophysical entity, it's somewhat mapped or described or classified by different disciplines, by geographer, by ecologist, by soil scientist, and this complicate the things because okay, they use different languages, different criteria to classify the same entity, you know. And overall, we know that peatlands are somewhat originating in wet conditions, call them wet condition. But we have many cases where in Europe peatlands are drained, and the carbon are degraded. The carbon start to decrease and can end up in an organic rich soils. So we spent a lot of time also with the member state to clarify now what is an organic soil, because as mentioned also IPCC does not provide a clear, a strict definition, but let member state to use also their own definition, and this is also important because many delineation of peatlands are based on all the somewhat cartography, in particular soil cartography, and to somewhat try to advance a bit, we work a lot on semantic, building a semantic meta models. So this is a simple way to see a peatlands and ecosystem like divided in strata, and with the idea to characterize each stratum through a series of classifiers that somewhat specify the biophysical characteristics. So it is a very hierarchical structure classification based on LCML and the Eagle concept, which is indeed it's very simple because it's about to create this kind of passport where you have a hierarchical the different classifier and the different characteristics, and then whatever definition you have from soils, from land cover, from whatever, you try to map these characteristics both in qualitative ways, or also we could allow some quantitative data, and creating in this way a semantic passport that can somewhat get rid of the different and slightly definition or terminology related to peatland, just to have a passport that represents at the end the biophysical characteristics. And if you are interested on this work, we also publish a papers on land, and you can have a look. I think that this presentation will also be shared after the Congress. And yeah, that was the main one of the main outcome of the SEPRA project. Try to bring different member states, try to better use the data, try to do a lot of semantics to help in improving the data integration and mapping of the peatlands. In a second phase, we also try to use remote sensing and also artificial intelligence to better monitoring these ecosystems. We also somewhat, let's say, had a specific question from Ireland, which was really related to the GAC 2. So what happens when we have a fields like this that is partially intersected by anorganic layers? This is an histosols, or a soil classifies in their classification as an organic, and is this soils somewhat be flagged as a under GAC 2 or not? And another question was if this cartography, which is somewhat coarse, a little bit scale, up to date, it's really accurate to somewhat really define this kind of situation when you have a partially overlay by these layers. And of course, we can try to use Earth observation to reply to those questions. And somewhat is it can be more easy if you have bare soils, because you can recognize some visible properties, like in particular the colors. You can apply some segmentation, even if in this case it's not really so easy to define now which is the real peat proportion of these soils, because then it's a bit of a mix. But more challenges is then when soils are completely covered by grassland. This is a typical case of Ireland, but also on other situation where we have permanent grassland on top of peatlands, and it's really difficult to distinguish if a soil is a mineral soil or is a pit. So we started to look to test different machine learning and try to look at if there is some response to the vegetation. So using Sentinel, using some Copernicus product like the vegetation productivity phenology indexes, using the land surface temperature, and so on. This is a little bit work in progress, because okay, we try to do a very virtual dense sampling in the parcel covered by grassland, like in this case, and for each points we extracted data on the so each point was classified as organic or mineral, depending if overlay these organic layers, and also we extracted remote sensing data, terrain data, meteorological data, Sentinel-1 data, and we try to ingest all this information in a machine learning. This is work in progress, but we see some promising results, and we hope that in the future we can also be able to release at least the tools in a notebook, Jupyter notebook, in a way that can be used by others after, of course, I've been testing further and publish. And just want to, I'm going to the conclusion, just talking again about the emission and the action to reduce this greenhouse gas emission, because we know there is a lot of now consolidated literature that found some function relating the groundwater levels, the water tables to the net emissions, to the CO2 emissions, and we see that even reducing somewhat a bit the even 10 centimeters of reduction on the water table can help in reducing the CO2 emissions, but also to improving the overall greenhouse gas budget, even if we consider the other greenhouse gases, N2O and methane. And apparently, it seems that the best solution would be to have a water table very close to the surface in the range of 20 centimeter or lower. This, of course, imply that we are changing the way we do, for instance, agriculture in these ecosystems. So because we cannot more cultivate, let's say, the uplands, croplands, but we have to move toward the wet meadow or other kind of paludiculture. So for this, of course, we need incentive that can be provided by EcoScheme, by the CAP. We need also probably a market for this product, because they can be used as in general bio-based material to do many things. And also the carbon removal certification can certainly help, because if you started to reduce emission, I don't know, from of about 20 or even more tons per CO2 equivalent per year, and you have a price of the markets, or the carbon of carbon in the markets of about $100 let's say euro per tons of CO2 equivalents, you can understand that you can start to earn quite significant amount of money if you really do some good actions, some rebetting. But we have to see how this market will be developed with the new carbon removal framework. So I'm coming to the end of my presentation. To conclude, is certainly the key points are we need certainly to have a better integration of the policy to protect and restore peatland, because each policy, we have seen before, has its own objective, but we really need to have a better integration to reach our, let's say, final aims. We can improve still further the mapping and the monitoring of this ecosystem, in particular the one that are degraded. And it's really important to ingest and to have a lot of local knowledge to somewhat exploit all the data available at the member state level. And there is certainly promises approach of using the artificial intelligence, but at the same time we also need real data to train these models. And we need the incentives to promote a transition, a change in the way we use these pits, and the carbon farming can also be can play a bigger role in this transition to promote effective action, in particular with rewetting those ecosystems. And with that, I conclude and I thank you again.
Thank you for that. I'm not sure you could hear that, but you had applauding people in the room, so that's good. We also have several questions that came in through Slido, so let's use the opportunity to ask those. Right, so regarding CRCF and peatlands, what would be the best way to define for fair baseline of peatlands to which the positive changes in greenhouse gases emissions could be compared?
Yeah, that's a very important question. I can only say that for now there is a focus group who is working on that. Not is already decided yet, so we are working on the methodology. If you look at the my personal opinion, it's somewhat that should be a combination of water table levels, current water table levels, and peatland characteristics. According to the scientific literature, may already define a good baseline. Although the law foreseen a standardized baseline, which means that somewhat the performance we compare with the emissions removal in similar circumstances. So the baseline will not be, according to the law, somewhat too much site specific on that side, but will be a baseline that represented the average condition of similar in similar circumstances. But in principle, this will be related by the water table and the kind of peatlands and probably the land cover on it. But it's not yet really defined.
Okay, thank you. Here's a statement. One of the critical elements of organic soil data gathering and policy planning could be the appropriate and harmonized definitions. So how would you comment on this statement, and would you place it among current scientific challenges?
Yeah, that's really the case, because we spent a lot of time to do this semantic analysis to create this semantic passport, to get rid of the definition, get something that can be comparable between different member states, different definition, moving across, let's say, the specific sectorial the definition. And I don't know, as far as I know, especially for the GAIC 2 member states are investing to do new cartography. But the problem is that most of the peatland delineation rely from existing data set. So it will be now a very big effort to redo a new soil sampling probably. So they will stick to the same type of definition. But yeah, that's a little bit very complicated now to harmonize to the same to say, okay, now we define the peatland in the same way. Can be a possibility, but require a really task force to create this harmonization. So it could be even a solution. Maybe some project can work on that and see how much effort and pro and cons would be related to this way, to this choice.
Okay, we have actually more and more questions coming in, so our audience is quite active. Thank you for that. And actually, I saw some people actually taking notes while you were presenting, so which is rarely nowadays a thing I see in conferences. Another question. So, do you only use DEM for ML wetland mapping, or do you also use indices derived from DEM? Sorry for this, but I read as it is. I hope you get it.
Oh, I have to check it. We use slope and then actually I have to look, because this is something that my colleagues are working on. So
Right.
I can give you
Okay,
back the
let's move to the next one. Carbon farming is mainly used for mineral soils. How can you farm carbon by revetting organic soils?
But this is not true, because the carbon farming specifically address also peatlands. So there will be three different methodology: one for forest, one for peatlands, and one for agriculture. And as I said before, for peatland also the reduction of emission will be recognized, because we know that it's impossible to turn the peatlands to be a net ecosystems and a net sink of carbon. This will probably require century or millennia. But if we can, since they emit a lot, if we can reduce the emissions, this will also be recognized and be credited.
All right, and one last one. Would you consider no change in management practices for arable land as a proper implementation of common agricultural policy, good agricultural and environmental conditions too?
No management?
Yeah.
What does it mean? Okay, so this is my personal opinion, of course. It's really depends on the ambition that and the aims the member state has. So if you want to reduce emission, we have to re-wet in a certain extent, because the different managements can be tillage or not tillage in peatlands doesn't have the same effect on so what they're wetting if you really want to reduce emission or to restore this ecosystem. And so in general, already, let's say, the fact that you avoid the further drainage, and it's a positive thing. We know that grasslands emit a little bit less than croplands when are under peatland, when are cultivated under organic soil. So it's a step forward. But if you want to really have an impact, in particular on emission or also restoring this kind of ecosystem, we really need to re-wet.
Okay, I promised that this was the last one, but here's another last one. When revetting is mentioned as an effective mitigation measure, which areas are considered? Is it current land use? Is it management?
Yeah, that's I guess what I reported are really data coming from different reality, different experiment or different situation where they measure really they really measure now the the change of greenhouse gas emission rewetting. I know that rewetting is somewhat should be a choice that should involve the landscape and somewhat, because you cannot rewet one single field probably. No, you need to really have a kind of agreement between a certain area to modify the hydrological setup of that area. So of course it's again more a political choice now.
All right, Emmanuel, thank you so much for joining us today. Hope you will have a great day ahead, and welcome to Latvia at one point of your life, I hope.
Thank you.
Cheers. Okay, thanks to you guys. I mean, I moderate a lot of events, but rarely do we have such an activity from the audience. So I believe these technologies are helping, because if you had to stand up and ask a question using microphone, not so sure. So thank you, and thanks also to our online audience. Make sure you participate using Slido as well. Okay, our next speaker actively contributes to the elaboration of Latvia's position on climate and environmental matters within European Union, which is very important, and she has played a very important role in elaboration of Latvia's position on different crucial EU policies, including the common agricultural policy. And our next speaker comes from the Ministry of Agriculture in Latvia, Dace Araja. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Do you see my presentation?
Yes, we do.
Oh, very good. Yeah, my name is Dace Araja. I'm the Deputy State Secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture, and my duties are related to climate and environmental aspects in relation to agriculture and forestry sectors. And the main aim of my presentation today is to give you a short overview of OrgBalt project results for developing climate and environmental policy for the land use sector in Latvia. Agriculture and forestry plays a vital role in our economy. This is undeniable facts. At the same time, they are not only economic and social perspectives of the sector, which has to be taken into account. But recently, we are facing these additional challenges like climate and environment that significantly affects the current and future developments of the and trends of the both sectors. Did you see the next slide? Because it's not changing in my file.
We see just the first one currently.
There's something happening then because I can't change.
Although we see the point, oh, now it changed, and now it's back, and now it changed.
Yes,
okay.
Now it's that's okay. Then let's continue, and I'll start my presentation with the slide, which probably is very well known for you, but it shows the common climate targets for the EU for 2050. In the graph, you can see the current situation in the EU, what is the goal for 2030, and our way to reach climate neutrality by 2050. The main decisions regarding the strengths and targets have been made, and they will definitely affect development of current and future policies in the various sectors, including also agriculture and forestry, or so-called these land sectors. We do our utmost to reduce emissions, and what is left we must cover by removals. The only sector which can provide these natural removals are the LULUCF and agriculture sector. Removals can also be created by technical solutions like these carbon removal technologies. But at least in Latvian case, carbon removal technologies are at the very beginning of their technological development, and presumably will take quite a long period of time to reach their potential. So where the Latvia stands now, as you see in the slide, since mid 2000s, there has been a significant decrease in removals in forest lands, and on the emission side, there has been significant increase in emissions, particularly from the wetlands. Also, emissions from the croplands and grasslands shows quite stable emission pattern. As you see, in the situation in Latvia is quite challenging. Year by year, we are losing removals, and since 2022, forest land is in emission side. And the reason for that is partly because it is a sector related to natural processes, which are difficult to predict. Also, from the perspective of geopolitical crisis that we have been going through lately. So still, this picture does not look good for the perspective of set targets to reach our target for 2030. Sorry. So it's a bit difficult because I have to do it with the mouse, not with the other means. So to keep the member states on track for reaching their targets, the EU has set and adopted this LULUCF regulation, which consists of two phases, one from 2021 to 2025, that must ensure that GHG emissions in the country's territory does not exceed the base level of removals, and the phase two from 2026 to 2030, where each member state has a separate goal for the LULUCF sector. But also what I wanted to show you in the slide is the common EU trend in the LULUCF sector. We can see that there is a common EU upward tendency in LULUCF removal part. Black line shows where the EU stands now in CO2 removals and where we have to be in 2030. It is clear that also at the EU level we are moving in the away from the set targets. So it's quite hard goal to reach without impacting other sectors. So to create the framework for the climate targets, each member state has to develop a national energy and climate plan. Now we are in the process of updating it, and these are the measures we are including in our new NECP for the LULUCF sector. In the slide, you can see there's a list of different measures currently identified as the most effective ones. And in the bold, you can see the measures that have been included from the live OrgBalt project. However, these measures bringing certain economical limitations are financially very intensive. We are having high expectations for the carbon farming uptake, and these measures can be financed by private means through these carbon market removals, carbon removal markets. This is still, however, are unclear for the future of the climate policy, which is uncertain, and we cannot predict how carbon farming will be implemented on the larger scale. Also, there are some limitations for the scheme at the moment in the carbon removal framework regulation expert group. They are discussing that, for example, afforestation of organic soils will not be permitted under this regulation. Sorry. So there are still a lot of work to be done, and very tough political decisions has to be, and also practical decisions has to be taken to find the most effective and scientifically justified ways to reduce our GHG emissions and increase captures in the sector already in 2030, which is rather short period of time in the context of land management. Current conclusion is that most effective ways to achieve the goals, which comes as a result also from this project, would be afforestation of organic soils, but also of low quality soils, together with hydrological regimes and revetting of drained soils and wetlands. The carbon certification regulation, which was also mentioned in the previous presentation, would be helpful, but it's not the only legislative initiative where organic soils has been addressed. There is a tendency from the EU side to come forward with new proposals, which in a way limits the possibilities for member states to choose the most suitable solutions for them. Let's mention, for example, this nature restoration law, which is still under the approval process, but can influence our current work. Our current work. Or also the setting of the 2040 climate targets, where the organic soils could possibly play a huge role on achieving climate targets, especially in our region, which are rich of them. So we can only guess that somehow they might be affected in this document. The organic soils might be affected in these documents later on. However, none of these legislative proposals has been adopted yet, but they definitely can still play a role in our future decision-making process. So to conclude, I give just a short summary, of it of my presentation. Is several measures reached by this project have been included in our NECP, and we hope that they can help us come closer to those LULUCF targets for 2030. We are also planning to update organic soil emission factors, basing them on the OrgBalt project results. And also we are sincerely inviting project partner countries, policymakers, also to consider using OrgBalt project results when developing their climate policies. Also, we are missing actually data for revetting measures and paludiculture. And it's because during the preparation of the project proposal, revetting measures were not that widely discussed as they are currently. And last but not least, research on organic soils focusing on continuous emission measurements in typical locations by considering revetting measures should be continued. So this is briefly it from my side, and I just thank you for attention. And also would like to say you that to have a fruitful discussion for today's conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dace. Before we let you go, we have several questions. Our audience is encouraged to ask questions, so let me read them. Knowing all the challenges in the past and in front of us in targeting climate neutrality goals, what would be the one wish you would love to see fulfilled regarding science and policy interaction?
My answer would, I think the science is the one of the main instruments for us to go forward and reach those targets. I think this is the most important thing. Without science, we actually can't really do anything. So I think in that sense, the science is the key, and these kind of projects really much help us to go forwards and to find the best ways to reach those targets or to come closer to those targets.
Okay. About afforestation, will it be done on all peat soils?
No, actually, I don't know what the person who asked the question. I know that actually the NECP is the plan to do. This is basically, in our case, this is not the plan. Of course, this is the kind of we can do the initiative, put initiatives on the table and some financial maybe interest for the landowners to do these activities. But it's definitely not our task to do afforestation on all the peatlands. This is only by checking, analyzing the best possible way in terms of climate measures. Then our scientists are really proposing that this is the one who gives the biggest benefits in the climate, in the reaching of climate targets. So, but it's not of our aim to do afforestation in all the peatlands. Definitely not.
Right. I see from questions that we have emotions involved as well, which is fine. I mean, human beings are emotional. So, if such uncertainty is linked to carbon removal, why NACP is relying largely on the unknown? If it
So
is.
yes, a lot of these, my answer would be that a lot of these, the new initiatives are uncertain at the moment. As I mentioned in the proposal, there's not only carbon removal certification regulation is not under the, it's still under the scrutiny, and we are not knowing how it's gonna end up. There's also other initiatives which are, as I mentioned, can really tackle the peatlands and the wetland side and organic soil part. So, but yeah, there's a lot of uncertainty. We are relying on it because carbon farming is the instrument to do this. So this is the one of the instruments we can do. For the moment, there's not too many other possibilities actually to plan the financing part.
Mhm.
So this is one of the hard topic, I think, also in the future discussions about the financing possibility. But the carbon farming we see as the one of the it's still uncertain, of course, but it's still one of the financing possibilities to invest and to implement those measures.
Okay. You work in the ministry, so from the policymaker's perspective, how would you rate the importance of research and demonstration projects like this one, like OrgBalt, in supporting European and national policy planning?
Actually, we would love to see more projects like this, where the policymakers can work closer to improve the project results and also to turn the policy into the practical. I mean, the science in the practical meaning. So my answer would be that these kind of projects are it's very good to do this, and I think we have to do even more on those.
Okay. The more you say things, the more questions come in. I mean, I don't know, how do we end this? Do you have time? It's fine with you? Because we have a lot of this. In this system, Slido, that we use, you can actually like questions, and this one got 3 likes. I mean, it doesn't sound a lot, but it's the most. I mean, it's a little provocation, I believe. So how can you invite policymakers to use LifeBalt.org project results if the research is based just on 2 years of greenhouse gases measurements?
And also mentioned that we have to continue these kind of measurements. Of course, 2 years are quite short period of time in the scientific terms, but we have to continue these kind of projects and to develop and to improve the quality of the results, of course.
Mm-hmm. All right. So about solutions. Isn't it better to save long-term carbon store in peat by revetting than gamble it for short to mid-term store in timber grown on drained peatlands? So imagine you're in a casino. So what do you bet on?
I think 50-50. I don't know, because
Yeah, it's safe. 50-50. Let's.
I think that both of these measures can give some kind of benefit, but not always. In all the places, one or other is suitable. So you have to really see side by side and situation by situation. So not always deforestation is possible in that case, or maybe not revetting is possible. So it's really you really have to investigate before doing something like that. So yeah, that could be my answer. So the both are possible measures, but you have to really see and to analyze the situation on the ground, what is possible, what is not possible, and what kind of benefits it gives.
All right. I'm not sure if you can cover this one because it relates to other EU countries. I mean, at least the question says states that most of EU countries stop afforestation of peat soils due to both economic and climate reasons and move to revetting. Well, is it so? And if yes, then what's different in Latvia? What's your take on this?
I would say I haven't had this kind of information. Of course, every member state now is preparing their NECP. So those are the first submission time was last year, I think November. So the first draft was there. The new drafts are not submitted yet. So I cannot say that the member states are choosing that measure or this measure. So we have to first see the member states, the proposed plans, and then I can answer to the question. But yeah, it's possible, but at the same time, I cannot give you an announcement for the moment.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, it's quite a broad thing. What measures are planned for carbon removal certification in Latvia to make benefit from private finance for organic soils and peatland revetting?
For the moment, as I mentioned, the carbon removal certification, this common framework, is still under preparation in the EU institutions and together, of course, with member states. There are several private schemes working in Latvia currently. There, of course, I'm not going to comment on the private initiatives. So there are several private schemes working and giving support to this carbon farming measures. But as I mentioned, currently there's no common framework, none on the EU level, not on the member state level. I mean, in Latvian level, there's some member states which probably has these national carbon farming schemes, but not in the not on the EU common and Latvian level. There are some measures in the common agriculture policy strategic plan. So, but this is the link to the agriculture common agriculture policy. And also the financing coming from there, but like making some framework with some separate measures. There's not it's still not under the it's not still not approved, none in EU, none in Latvia.
Actually, the Slido questions are seen by the whole audience in the room, so I have to read them. Right. So EU's common agricultural policy subsidies are encouraging cultivation of organic soils. So can we stop paying subsidies to cultivate organic soils?
I wouldn't really, I cannot comment for the moment because this is a common CAP strategic plan. There's a guide too, yes, there's some measures and it's also should be protected in the EU terms. And there's still consultation process going on inside the ministry together with the European Commission. How to, because for Latvia, there's 2025, the year where we have to start to implement this, the guide standards. So yeah, this is still under the consideration and discussions together with the different kind of organizations how we as Latvia will implement this guide standards.
Okay, so will member states at some point would need to enter the voluntary market and purchase carbon credits to achieve the EU goals?
It's very difficult, as I say, for the moment, there's too many unknown things in the future. There's, like as I mentioned, the 2040 targets, 2050, the nature restoration law, the carbon farming removal scheme, and also the new parliament, which is just came into the just elected, so right. We don't know what will be there. So it's such a this question is such difficult to answer. Actually, I don't have the crystal ball or something to answer these kind of things.
Exactly. Yeah, I love skipping questions. It's just a part of life, isn't it? I mean, you leave it, for the later stage. You mentioned 2040 goals. So what's your point of view about Latvia's view? Is it realistic? I mean, what's our national official policy about it? Maybe you can...
The goal hasn't been set yet. Those who know maybe more about the legislative process in the EU. there's just a report, if I'm not mistaken, from Commission side proposing something, but it's still under discussion. So there is no particular goal set. Of course, there's a national position in the preparation, and we are, of course, from our side, really explaining also our taking the current experience with the reaching the 2030 goal. So we also giving our input in this, preparing our national position on that, just explaining where we see the difficulties and in that sense, taking the experience from the current situation and looking forward for the 2050 goals.
The question about biodiversity. What do you think? How would NECP plans of reforesting poor soils, poor as I quote here from the question, how would that affect biodiversity in these areas? Do you have an opinion or fact?
Poor quality soils. No, I think this is at least from the climate perspective, this is the way how we can move closer to and the poor quality soils, there are sometimes, yeah, there are the grasslands maybe on those, but for the agriculture use, they are maybe not the best the way to use it for agriculture, because yeah, these quality soils are not really giving the outputs. By the same time, you have to give out inputs to produce the decent to receive the decent income from this kind of land. So the afforestation could be one of also the solution for the farmer or the landowner to get some additional benefit.
All right, that's if somebody asks you how was the day today, I mean, and you just might go like, I was doing this keynote in the presentation, but the questions, I mean, those were tough. That was yeah. So thanks for surviving this Q&A session, and thanks for the presentation. And yeah, best of luck with what you do. Thank you. All right, there was another one that got 15 likes, which is wow. I'm archiving this, so it's gone. Because we covered that already in Q&A session with Dace, I think, at least partly. So thanks for being so active and so provocative. That's, I think, part of the deal when we analyze something, invent something, discuss something, and make decisions about. All right, we have now concluded the keynote session. Are you okay, by the way, because the break is just 1 hour away from this moment? Okay. Caterers asked me, like, they said 2.5 hours they were going to be sitting there. I mean, it's just so long. I said, well, it's going to be very active and dynamic, you know. All right, so let's kick off the session 1. Greenhouse gases emission factors, methodologies, and results. We have 4 speakers, same thing basically. Presentation, Slido questions, presentation, Slido questions, and so forth. All right, so our next speaker, Andreas, he's expert in peatland restoration and sustainable use. So please come to the stage. Finally, we see somebody in person doing the presentation. Good.
Okay, thanks. Yes, so welcome everybody. Also online people, welcome to my presentation. I will give a presentation on distribution of peatland and organic soils on the Baltic Sea region, gaps and knowledge and challenges for climate change mitigation. My name is Andreas Haberl. I work for Michael Zuko Foundation, partner in the Grassland Meyer Center, and we are also partner in the project. So if we have a look on peatland use in Europe, so peatlands are mainly drained and used for agriculture, forestry, and peat extraction in Europe. And here you can see in these pie charts that the north and the northeast of Europe contains large peatland areas, and a lot of peatlands are used there for forestry, agriculture, and peat extraction. And this causes emissions. So we know that from all drained peatlands, Europe is the second largest emitter of greenhouse gases. makes 7% of EU's annual greenhouse gas emissions stem from drained peatlands, adding up to 230 megatons of CO2 equivalents annually. And if you have a look on the agriculture sector, Jeppe gave the overall figure for the EU already in her opening speech. We have 3% of the agricultural area is used on drained organic soils, and it contributes to a quarter of the emissions from the total agricultural sector. And if we have a look on the Baltic Sea littoral countries, so then it's even worse, the problem, because they have more peatlands and more peatlands under drainage, and also more peatlands in the agricultural sector under drainage. And here we have emissions amounting up to 29% to 71% of the agricultural total emissions, only from 4% to 7% of the production area. So, but there are also good news. So the gray part of the pie charts are still pristine mires. You may wonder why I show this picture then with the settlements. This is a view you can have when you come to Riga by airplane. You will see the Riga Bay and also the two rivers, they conjunct there, so the Lilupe and the Daugava. And you have the pristine peatlands, coastal sea peatlands, and you see that there are also settlements, and you can see there is also for the infrastructure and for settlements you have to adapt and you have to drain to continue with your things you want to do there. Yeah. So, but this is also causing problems, and so we need to protect what is left and what is intact to avoid future high emissions, and we need to re-wet drain sites as far as we can do to reduce the emissions from that sites. So I asked colleagues from the Global Peatland Database, can you provide a map for the Baltic Sea littoral countries and the peatland distribution there? So they compiled all the data they have at the moment on their table and created this nice map with the Baltic Sea littoral countries. And they use a landscape approach when they have a look and check the data sets they have on the table. So because they say geomorphology, topography, hydrology, and climate determine the occurrence of peatlands. Because all peatlands have formed as mires in landscapes, even they have formed landscapes. Yeah? And you have to understand it's dependent on climate and on soil condition, on the topography, and then you will identify where peatlands can be located in the landscape. There's a nice publication, Mires and Peatlands of Europe, and there you find 10 mire regions and 51 subregions where you can distinguish the differences by having a look on climate differences, having a look on topographical differences. And if you integrate that, you'll have a complete different view on where could be peatlands and where could they be, even if we have changed our environment dramatically. So, but also to give you some nice impressions. So we have also a high mire biodiversity, diversity in Europe, and also in the Baltic Sea region. So in the north, we have things like palsar mires. So this is related to permafrost and ice. So in this little heap of peat, you find an ice lens that even stays in summer because it's isolated by the peat on top. And you have large fen peatlands in the northern region. Yeah? These Apamaya complexes where you can see how the water flows and creates patterns on landscape level. Yeah? Beautiful pictures you can observe there from the bird perspectives. And you have, of course, these typical bog peatlands, like this one in Estonia. It's not the most pristine, it's close to Tallinn, but you can go there with the public transport and you have a really nice impression how these bog systems look like. And you can walk through and you find, even in dry summers, you find this nice, wet and relaxing landscapes. Or also in Latvia, we have also these bogs, typical bog region peatlands. Or in Lithuania, this raised bog is a very nice landscape. You'll be there and you have this white horizon, you have a completely different perspective on landscapes if you walk through such peatlands. And we find them also in the Atlantic bog region. You find also raised bog systems. They have a different vegetation composition, so you find more cotton grass there, even more cotton grass in Denmark. And we have also the continental fen and bog region, where we have vast fen peatlands in river valleys. And this nice Lithuanian peatland, Chepkilai, it has not only fen peatlands, but it has also bog systems in the fen complex system. So very nice and complex systems forming in landscapes, forming the landscape itself. And we have also nice examples in Germany. So this is how this is a restored peatland site. So it's a river valley peatland. And you can see also from the vegetation here, the complexity of landscape, because this brown species is dependent on calcareous rich waters. Yeah, it's Juncus subnodulosus. And you can see here that there is groundwater coming up, calcareous rich. And then when it promotes to the river in the center of the valley, you get rid of your calcareous contents in the water, and then you have a change in vegetation. So you can identify from the composition of vegetation and patterns, you can trace back to the properties of water and soil. So coming back to the figures behind the map. So from this map, we can add on all the peatland area, and we have approximately 225,000 square kilometers of total peatland area in the EU Baltic Sea littoral states. So this is the baseline for this map. Unfortunately, we have not distinguished the sectoral things. So these are the 61% of drained and degraded peatlands from the different sectors. This is from data from 22, but this is also what was the national inventory of 21 that was included in the 22 data. But what we can see, the overall picture of the total peatland area keeps quite stable if we compare the data set from 22 with the data set from 24. So the overall great picture we know, and it is quite stable. And if we have a closer look and compare the peatland for agriculture, forestry, and peat extraction in the EU-Baltic Sea countries between 22 and 21 national inventory data and 23 national inventory data, we see also here the picture stays quite stable. So there are some changes, yeah. You may, and of course, it's not very little, because we have here square kilometers, and it's in the order of 10,000 of square kilometers. It can differ, but the general overall picture stays quite stable. So the general picture is clear, and we know where we can start and where we need to start. But people always come, decision makers are insecure. Why are there so many inconsistencies between these inventories, between the maps you have? And we have different reasons for that. So we have differences in modeling and strategic focus. So sometimes we have incomplete model training data. Yeah, we have old data where people really went out into the peatlands court and said, okay, we know how much peat there is. So there's a lack of field and ground truth data to train your models. We have activity data bias. Yeah? So sectors have a different view on their resources. Yeah, if you come from a peat extraction company, you're just interested in white peat if you want to produce horticultural substrates, and then you just map, of course, the exploitable resources you want to have in future your business running. So you neglect other parts that are also peatlands and have a special focus. So that leads to also to sectoral differences in cadasters and definitions. And you have administrative expert knowledge gaps. Yeah? There's often, if you have people sitting on a desk making strategic planning, they have a lack of ecosystem understanding. So there's a technocratic approach and focus often. And so you need more of consultants in ecosystem understanding and ecosystem functioning to get good strategic planning. And you have administrative restrictions. There are bureaucratic procedures, for example, the UNFCCC or the EU regulations, that it's a corset to keep working, But yeah, you have then also, you are not very flexible in integrating nature things, yeah, because nature is a living thing. It's not on paper. And of course, then you have political strategies and programs, yeah, and that you have conflicting priority settings. Yeah? Do I have to keep working places in the countryside, or do I have to revamp because of the ecological good? The way out is a lot of communication, and of course we need ground truthing in the end. We need to go out and have a look. Is peat left, or is the peat already gone? We have trained it for several years, so it might be gone. There might be something left. We need to test it to, in future, further give best updates on our knowledge. To give you some examples, so this is a map in southeast Latvia, and we see here two inventories. So one is from a peat association in Latvia. In yellow, you find here quite large patches. This is what I said. This is some kind of these sectoral bias. Yeah? They might have a focus on exploitable resources, and so they have large concrete patches. And the red ones, they are modeled by our colleague. He's also here, by Yanis Ivanovs, and he integrated hydrology models, so depths of water and how and geomorphological data, so the topography of, as a very important component of this model. And he had a lot of training data sets from the forest inventory, so 15,000, Yanis, I think. You can join also later in the poster session at his poster, and because it's really an interesting model. But of course, then you get difference between these inventories. But GPT likes to include also, because you have a lot of information in these peat resource inventories, because they exactly know, they core deeper to know how much peat there is really to be exploited. And Yanis and the forest inventory just focused on the first half meter, and he was restricted just to less than 20 centimeters or more than 20 centimeters. So this is also a nice training set, but there is a gap in this training set also. But also direct in front of our door in Greifswald, this is so the Greifswald Lagoon and the city of Greifswald. And we have nice peatland meadows just in front of our small town. And even so, we have this year also 205th anniversary of this guy, Caspar David Friedrich, a famous artist of the Romantic period. And he painted this nice view of Greifswald, and he catched also this nice and wide peatland meadows there. But if you have a look on this map, so this is a map comparing what we from the Greifswald peatland database have is the green. And the green color indicates the where we overlap and have the same ideas on the peatland distribution as Thunen Institute. Thunen Institute does the National Inventory Report and gets all the data from the federal states, from the administrations of the federal states. And you see, so blue is Thunen, green we overlap, and red is data which only we in Greifswald, Meyerstand, and the Global Peatland Database have. So there are differences, and it's not nothing on this map. So these are quite huge red patches you see there, but we know at this cases, we know where they stem from. So because you have persons working also, yeah, and there you have animosities between persons. So this was a guy who mapped these coastal peatlands, but he was neglected from the administrative bodies. So they had some quarrels or whatever. So it was neglected and dropped out of the national inventory. So Thunen got not the information. But we, of course, we had students going there and having the diploma thesis or master thesis, and we know, okay, there must be some peatlands. We have some of them had been revetted already. There had been revetting projects. Yeah. But so then this is why you can get wrong ideas about what's out there. So conclusions, there is no universal and best map. Map is always a model. But we know already enough to act. Yeah, we don't need to wait for the best map and the next map, so we know where we can start and what we need to do. But Inconsistencies should make us aware and stimulate exchange and improvement. So we can improve, but we can start acting and improve in future. And inclusion of groundwater models and topographical data improves maps. And to improve modeling more and up to date, and we need up to date and on ground training plots. So we need really to go out and check if there is what is left or what is there. For those who are interested, so these are the references for the map. So this is all the data that was used for this map. And to conclude, peatlands must be wet. And if you want to learn more about paludiculture, it's a nice term. We have a nice poster at the poster session. You're welcome to join our poster, and we have nice discussions there. Thank you.
Thank you, Andres. When I will be asked today, how was the day? I would say I learned something new. Peatlands must be wet. I mean, nice slogan to start with. Okay, so we have a bunch of questions that came in through Slido. Well, obviously we can't see them from here, but I can read them. Okay, so this is a nice one. If you could suggest with immediate acceptance one thing to the Ministry of Agriculture in Latvia, what would it be?
With immediate acceptance.
With immediate acceptance. Like you have all the power in that ministry. So what it is. And
yes. So what I would recommend is to have a complete revision of our water management, because agriculture needs water, as forestry, as we all need water to survive, and we need to have water be kept in the landscapes. At the moment, our system is like we leave all the water out of the landscape in spring, all goes down to the sea, and in dry summers it's needed. Yeah? And even so, also in the Baltics, we had dry summers and drought periods where we have really problems in agriculture to have harvests. Yeah? So my direct recommendation would be change water management drastically.
Drastically. Okay, we don't do drastic things in Latvia. We talk about them mostly. Okay, so you showed some examples from Germany. So what's the overall progress with peatland revetting in Germany?
So Germany has a lot of challenges to face, yeah, and we are not wide. We have not reached a lot of targets, but we are on a way. And yeah, we also have a lot of debates. So also there is drastic things have need debates and of course negotiations, and sometimes you step 3 steps ahead and 2 steps back, but slowly progressing.
Yeah, sounds like moving onwards. Okay, so how do you anticipate climate change would affect the distribution and health of peatlands and organic soils in the Baltic Sea region in coming decades?
So what we see from modeling is that we will have a different distribution of precipitation. Yeah? So we will have the more wet season will be in the winter season. Yeah. So there will be the most precipitation, the most rainfall, and in summer we will have more and more drought periods. Sometimes we will also have very wet summers, like we now face in southern Germany. We have high floods everywhere, but we will have more extremes. So I come back to the catchment area. So we need to reorganize our land use in the catchment areas, that we wisely use the water resources, and then we would not, also the peatland will do well in future. It's also good if you have enough water in the landscape that we hold back, then also peatlands will benefit from that in future. If we don't organize it like that, peatlands will suffer, of course, and also pristine peatlands will degrade because there's, in this drought periods, not enough water to sustain them.
All right. Somebody asks for your recommendation. How to manage uncertainty of the emission projections in revetting projects implemented under voluntary carbon trading platforms?
Yes, this is a question of monitoring, of course. Yeah? You need to monitor what you do there and what is the impact on the emission characteristics. And this is why, so we have some standards that are very complex. So you have this verified carbon standard for peatland restoration projects. But yeah, it's very complicated because you have to set up a decent monitoring, and you have to save a lot of the credits you produce and say, this is for the uncertainty. Yeah? I don't sell them, so I need a high buffer to hold back in case my my measures do not work properly and my monitoring gives a bad result, then I have to need a buffer. So the answer is you need a sound monitoring scheme.
Okay, one last one. What specific conservation strategies do you recommend for implementing in pristine peatlands to avoid increase of gas emissions and loss of carbon? And how can these strategies be effectively implemented at both local and regional levels?
Please,
and we talk about Baltic Sea region.
Please give me the start of the question.
Yeah, specific conservation strategies.
In pristine peatlands.
Yes.
Oh.
Do you like this one?
I don't know. I don't know if I really understand the.
We can always
scope.
skip this. I mean,
but for pristine peatlands, of course, pristine peatlands need water, and this comes back to my answer I gave before. Yeah, so we need to have an eye on catchments, and because if we have just a small conservation area and we fumble around there in managing the water level there and neglect the landscape around it, it will not work out. We need water in the landscape, and then also the peatlands will do well.
Okay. We have a tradition. When I say one last one, we always have one other one. Okay, so here's a question you can read. So it's.
So is paludiculture an option, or do I see it as a perspective? Yes, I see it as a perspective. It is a perspective, and it is not more than a perspective, because for the climate, we could just re-wet peatlands and then it's done. Yeah, so then we would be fine. But of course, we need to give people a perspective. Yeah? And if there is a land owner and a land user, and he can make money from wet cultivation of peatlands, yeah, then he's in the boat. If you just frustrate him and say, yeah, we wet now your land, and then you can see where you are, then of course he's frustrated and he will oppose. So it's a tool to get people into your boat and row also for peatland rewetting. Okay. Yeah.
All right. Thanks so much. Well done, Anders. Thank you. And we also have a present to give to you, Anders. Maybe it's coming at some point. If you get something, mostly nice things, locally produced, yes, thanks for the presentation. This is what you get when you, step on the stage in a conference. Like I do, for example. We'll see if I get something. Okay. Jyrki is our next presenter. And his specific interest, it's not, cats or dogs or something. It's effects of nitrogen and carbon dioxide on peatlands. I mean, this is like a pickup line when you in social gatherings or something, the specific interest. Do you use that?
Yes. Taking kind of an emeritus elderly dogs out.
All right.
With a slow walk.
Okay.
That's really punchline. Okay, nice to be here. My name is Jyrki Auhi, and I'm coming from Natural Resources Institute, Finland. And now we are talking about, I give you a very short overview of what kind of a methodology we used in live OrgBalt fieldwork over the past years. Let's see. Okay, you have seen this now, but I think this map here kind of shows us that we are midst of peatlands and organic soils globally, and in this region, these peatlands have formed during the past. Most of the peatlands formed during the past 10,000 years after the last glaciation period and the ice retrieval from the region. So we have a history of about 10,000 years of organic soils to form here in the Baltic Sea region, but much of the peatlands have been drained within the past 100 years or so, or a couple of hundred years, and formed a significant source of greenhouse gas emissions into the atmosphere. And unfortunately, it seems that globally, the drained peatlands area is still increasing. So when we wanted to learn about this soil carbon balance and greenhouse balance, the equation is very simple. Soil carbon balance is what you add, how much carbon you add into the soil, and how much carbon you lose from the soil within a certain time period. That's simple. we also, it's quite simple where the carbon comes into the soil. It's primarily vegetation, which produces dead organic matter, litter, tree leaves, branches, grasses on the soil surface. But a lot of carbon is going below the ground surface as well. Roots are growing, roots are dying and forming as well litter. And that's something we often forget. And of course, when we go to the composting, for example, what is that? It decomposes and causes degrades and forms kind of inorganic substrates. Carbon dioxide can produce methane, nitrous oxide, and these are the greenhouse gases we find very nasty at these days. Although some of these gases are needed also to run the ecosystem. And so, actually, this is quite simple. And of course, processes are kind of controlled or steered by certain environmental conditions. So the litter characteristics, for example, how much litter is deposited, where it's deposited, what is the structure that impacts how fast this organic matter decomposes, and environmental conditions. Soil moisture, oxygen availability, which is often referred as a water level in soil, temperature, these all impact on the decomposition processes. To quantify these emissions, we have talked about the emission factor, which is a number which provides estimate of this greenhouse gas emission from defined soil area over the time in specified land use and environmental management conditions. That's quite simple. So these numbers have been discussed today. And this IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, is one of the entities providing guidance and ways how to measure greenhouse gas emissions and, for example, and also soil carbon balance in organic soils in different countries. And in case people don't know what are our emissions from organic soils, there is always option 1, tier 1 emission factors available, which are compiled based on best available knowledge in a group of people and based on scientific peer-reviewed data. But this data, as was seen, the confidence limits are quite wide. So sometimes if we go out in the peatlands, drained peatlands here, it can be that the few nominators which are common to the tier 1 emission factors is, okay, it's organic soil, oh, this is a certain land use, and this is the climate area fitting to this condition. But everything else, the soil type, water conditions, vegetation characteristics, is it a city like forest? Is it deciduous trees or conifers? What is the ground vegetation? What is the fertility of soil? It all can differ, and so we have we get a quite wide confidence limits, and that's the reason why one of the reasons why OrgBalt was created to get more accurate data for these areas. So going towards from tier 1 to tier 2 or even tier 3 emission factor levels, where we get more accurate and site type specific information from the areas. And now we finally, from my short introduction, go to how we did it. And actually, I hope that this gives you idea. We are working in a very not Simon root level or whatever root level. This is a outcome of the project, of this type of projects, is a hard work in the field, hard work in the laboratory, a lot of time consumed doing things. And it's quite simple things what we do, but still quite complex. So this group of people in Live OrgBalt, we plan to do harmonized data collection on different site types, and we have a lot of site types. I'm not sure if this number is correct, but let's say over 40 sites at least in the project. Different land management conditions, different setups, and that each country participating had different history of collecting data, and also the traditions were different, but we wanted to harmonize at best possible way. So we spent quite some time, like Eva said, that planning the study, finding ways to make a good spatial and temporal coverage for on the data collection. So we looked at literature, how much and how the data has been collected, and we wanted to do so find a better than average in the past. So going beyond that and improve the methodology implemented. And of course, this is a kind of a pushing other upcoming or next projects doing even better, we hope. And we wanted to make as complete as possible with the reasonable resources datasets. And what these datasets are needed to create a soil carbon balance and other greenhouse gases. So about the sites and how we did on the sites. This is a brief summary of that. Here we have a green land area. That's an organic soil area in, let's say, in a forest land. We selected the most kind of a representative location there, close to the drainage ditch. And on this area, we established monitoring points. We grouped the monitoring points in a group of three locations. We can call them subplots or plots in this case. And the driving factor was, okay, from the ditch, drainage ditch, just to get kind of an understanding of how different hydrological conditions in drained soils affect on the greenhouse and soil carbon emissions. And then on each of these groups of plots, we set up quite a comprehensive monitoring setup where we looked different components. And here I want to say greenhouse gas balance in the soil is not just gases in the soil. So the gas measurements is only one part of the measurements. So we monitored greenhouse gases in different setups, collected environmental data on water tables, soil moisture, temperature, and so forth, and also mass-based data on the living parts of the system and that organic matter and matter in transitions from one phase to another. And what we did, we looked at mass-based measurements. So we have mass-based measurements and gaseous flux measurements in the study. And first we look, soil carbon balance is the soil carbon added in the soil, and the mass-based measurements here are looking the litter, which is going on into the system from above ground and below ground. And how we did it, so carbon additions from above ground litter, we spent 2 years in the monitoring sites collecting litter with the litter collectors, emptied it every time we went to the field sites, and different litter types were separated, drained or oven drained and weighted. And vegetation community and the biomass, which was done on each site, in forest site. So making like vegetation coverage maps, different vegetation groups, looking shrubs, bushes, vegetation, grasses, mosses, and what is the coverage percentage on the site, and they do it making biomass sampling from the areas, looking the biomass, dry biomass of ground vegetation, different groups, and then. And as I said, below ground process going on, we studied the fine root biomass from soil cores, one-time sample, looking at how much roots are in the soil, and fine root biomass production from root ingrowth socks and root net systems. So looking how fast the roots grow in certain space in the soil, in the area. And that was used for estimating the soil carbon added in the system. And then we go to the carbon loss side. We had both mass-based measurements and gaseous flux measurements over there. The litter carbon loss experiment, actually this is something what is continuing after the life of OrgBalt as well. We started a litter mass loss experiment. So we collected typical litters from the sites and made litter bags, which we put on the soil, and also the root litter below the soil surface, and follow the decomposition process of these typical litter types over the years. I think we are on year 3 on the above ground litter decomposition work, and year 2 on the below ground litter decomposition. Because a lot of this is something. From literature, you can find some values, but they are quite general. We want to verify and see how it is in the reality. Even though, so we look the existing information in when we calculate the emission factors, but also want to see if this is the case in the so we don't agree, okay, this is from the liter value, it's good enough. Because soil carbon balance, for example, in annual basis, it's a question of a few tens of grams or few hundred grams every year. So you cannot just rely on something from the literature. It's better to have it measured on site. But it takes time and a lot of work, a lot of effort, and a lot of driving and laboratory work as well. I forgot the gaseous measurements. So we also measured gases. The teams in our project went to the field every 3 weeks, every 4 weeks throughout the year, which is quite exceptional because often these gaseous measurements are limited to the summertime growing season only. But people here went throughout the winter at best conditions. In some places you couldn't access, of course, during the winter. Some places, so then it was postponed until you could go there. We measured heterotrophic respiration from the soils from trench points, 9 points in each side. That was the goal, and then also other gases, total CO2 respiration, methane and nitrous oxide emissions in the soil from at least 5 points at each site. And the methods we used, we have Leica analyzers, EGM analyzers, and also collected gases in syringes and vials and analyzed by gas chromatography in the laboratory in some places. But that was defined by the methodology, what was available at each location. Of course, this gives the soil carbon balance or greenhouse gas balance for the soil, but it would be not much worse if we wouldn't have a quite extensive environmental condition monitoring. So measuring the water, soil characteristics, and in water level is one of the drivers well known to influence greenhouse gas emissions. But we also look at the water temperature, pH, conductivity, oxygen content, and chemistry in the plots by periodic sampling. And in soil, we monitored soil temperature in different depths. And not only during the gas flux monitoring events at the field site, but we had loggers to get kind of over-year data from the sites. And the soil physical and structure and chemistry was monitored by one-time sampling and the laboratory work done on the samples. So this is actually the summary. There's a lot to be done at the field work, a lot to be done over 2 years. That is considered, I think, in the IPCC says it's a 2-year monitoring is kind of a minimum. But considering the lifetime of the project, it's a quite big part of the project already. And considering the ecosystem types, forests, one rotation of forest land, it can be 60, 70, 100 years. One project, 4 years, it's quite short. 2 years from that, it's even shorter period. So we get glimpses of the system and what's happening there, but that means that the data collection has to be started at some point, continued. The numbers we have to get, we trust, but we can always improve them in next projects and learning new things there to steer our research. So that was the last slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jyrki. Oh, you had a timer here.
Yeah, yes, and
That's
I was watching that, and oh.
Yeah, that's very smart. Can you leave it for others?
No.
Okay, so a few questions through Slido. What are the key challenges in standardizing greenhouse gas measurement methodologies across different field sites, and how does your joint field methodology address these challenges?
So I think it's one thing is people or the groups start very different points. Some have no experience, some have quite a lot of experience, and more experience you have, more traditions you have also. So finding the way to combine different kind of existing methodologies and kind of experience levels is one thing, but also forests, agricultural lands, they can differ a lot, and so having kind of a comprehensive and similar enough methods implemented in different locations. So that's one challenge.
We have a few questions about potential errors in this field of science. For example, so data collection is mostly based on spot type samples, obviously.
Yes.
That may lead to uncertainty of results. So how do you comment this, and how do you avoid this affecting the results?
Okay, you have to have a reasonable, representable size plots where you measure, which reflects the vegetation type or the conditions on the site in a proper way. You have to have
is it also a number of them, or is it just the size?
Size and number, and how where you put the locations, and that's in the reporting that is sometimes problem. You just get number. If you look the peer-reviewed papers, you just measure it over the 5 points, but that doesn't describe how you set up the plots. And so that's one thing. Just kind of have a organized way to do things. And in this kind of project where you have tens of plots or sites included, then you have to have kind of a similar measures you can rely and not getting wild with the measurements. So
okay, what about integrating some remote sensing technologies?
Well, that's one thing, and here I refer to my one of the last slides, having the kind of a comprehensive environmental data collection included. And one thing is, when you set up this kind of project, you don't know beforehand what your sites are exactly like. So you have to, during the project, you measure the sites, you take the soil samples and characterize the soil quality, for example, and you learn during the project what it is there. But all that information, environmental data, temperatures, water level, especially logger-based data, and the vegetation characteristics, that's something you can combine with remote sense data, for example, and forest structure data you can use for kind of a more accurate implementation of the emission factors of certain conditions in a like a country level, for example. So you have to have kind of a measures which are linking your spot level data to wider use. So there has to be connection.
All right. Question by Anders. Yeah, by the way, you can put your name in it. I mean,
I don't know where.
Anonymous is it's nice.
Some Anders students from somewhere.
Anders, one of the speakers today.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So about IPCC from 2006 and 2014. So wetland supplement differs significantly for temperate climate zone. What were the main drivers for such big changes?
What to say? Thank you, Anders. Last minute. So it differs from 2006 to 2014. These emission factors. Yes. Well, of course, in 2014 we got the wetland supplement in place, and the data where what information was available, it was already organized there. So I think that could be one of the reasons. But 2006, I think it was quite early stage for forming the emission, data collection, and so we are learning by doing. That's what I can say.
It's a long time ago, anyway.
Yeah, and
it's
now we are.
20 years.
Yeah, and now we are 24.
Exactly.
So, and we have learned a lot since 2014.
All right. Okay. What about the vegetation above ground? Was that included in emissions balance? This is like
yes, because it's part of it's an important part of it's a part of the, for example, the litter production. So the ground vegetation, because it's not litter collectors. What we used, it collects the litter coming from let's say in the forest, from the trees, but the ground vegetation. The ground vegetation, the biomass there, it's formally like grasses. They are considered to decompose 1 year, so the whole biomass is lost. So that carbon is part of the annual losses already, and we get that from the biomass measures. So it's a bit small puzzle we are working on here. That's getting the limits in the right place. We don't double count something, or we don't miss something. That's important. And I, in this limited time, I didn't have time to go to the details, but we try to measure as much as we can important things and what has meaning. So, and I hope that this data is it's kind of a giving kind of a base for further studies and for more studies. And these studies are not easy to do, but demand a lot of time, and but can lead to a great achievement.
All right. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you
for coming. Yes.
Thank you.
Cheers. All right. I see that it's about 20 minutes until the lunch break, and probably we are going to run into the lunch break, but no worries, it's 90 minutes. I mean, we don't spend 90 minutes usually for the lunch, I believe. How are you, by the way? Is it okay? I mean, so far so good. I see some tired faces. I see somebody almost falling asleep. Yes, it's you. Yeah, I'm looking at you. Yes. Now it will be more difficult to fall asleep. Okay, 2 more speakers before the lunch break. Aldis Butlers from Latvia State Forest Research Institute, Silava. Are you here? Yes. I was looking at a picture of you in the internet, and then I was looking at you in the audience, and I thought, is that the same person? But it is. So the floor is yours.
Yep. Hello, everyone. So this presentation will be about main results of the OrgBalt project regarding carbon balance in forest lands, agricultural lands, including croplands, grasslands. And but I will start with introduction with key aspects of the methodology, because we have to understand how these emission factors were derived to better understand and have a more healthy discussion. So during the study of 2 years, we had 46 study sites in forest land, including drained and undrained sites. Undrained sites we had 7 in number, and in drained sites in total 19, with dominant tree species of black alder, silver birch, Norway spruce, and Scots pine. And in grasslands and croplands we had only drained sites, in total 20. In grasslands there were only perennial grass, and in croplands the crops were wheat, rapeseed, maize, and beans. And slightly more about the conditions in forest lands which were undrained. The mean groundwater level was about 10 centimeters, and in drained sites it was mean about 60 centimeters. Something similar in grasslands and croplands, where mean groundwater level was 50 centimeters and 78 centimeters, to better understand the conditions of the sites. About data collection, like Jurka already started to explain, we measured not only CO2 emissions, but we measured also carbon input into the soil. In forest lands, it was foliar, fine litter, both above ground and below ground vegetation of herbaceous plants, and fine roots of trees. And in agricultural lands, of course, it was above ground and below ground vegetation. Foliar litter fall we collected continuously during the 2 years with litter traps. You can see the one in the background of left top picture, the green one cone there. Ground vegetation we collected once per year at the end of the vegetation season. And fine roots of trees we collected using this ingrowth core method, which is based on this, let's say, cylindrical form mesh bag with a mesh size 2 centimeters. We fill it with the soil from the study sites, put it into the ground up to 20 centimeters depth, and whatever of the roots grows into them on this core, we consider fine root production, and we assume that fine root production is equal to mortality. And regarding CO2 emissions, we had 2 approaches. We aimed to measure heterotrophic respiration directly by applying trenching method, where we At the measurement point, we put the chamber on the soil, and their litter layer and ground vegetation was removed. And also to exclude ingrowth of new roots, we use trenching. That means we cut the roots around the measurement point and put into the soil geotextile at the depth of at least 40 centimeters to limit the ingrowth of new roots. And also we measured total respiration. That means that we put the chamber onto the soil where the ground vegetation and litter layer is intact. That means in this case, we measure not only heterotrophic respiration, but also autotrophic respiration, which is CO2 emissions by living plants, including below ground and above ground plants, which were included in this headspace of the chamber. And also additional data like soil temperature, which was measured manually and continuously. And these continuous measurements were used to interpolate CO2 emissions by each hour during these 2 years by using relationships found between emissions and the temperature at the moment of the measurements. So this one is about approaches calculating soil carbon balance that can be called also emission factors. There were 2 approaches. You can see the yellow boxes. The top one is approach for calculating forest floor in the case of the forest land or agriculture ecosystem carbon balance. Another approach is aiming solely on soil carbon balance, on soil emission factored elaboration. For both of the approaches, carbon input approach was the same. In forest lands, what the biomass we measured, annualized biomass of the litter sources I mentioned, we recalculate it to the carbon content and apply it as a carbon input into the soil. In grasslands, the approach is similar. In this case, only above ground biomass and below ground biomass with additional assumption of turnover rate of below ground biomass. In croplands, it's a bit more complex. Without below ground biomass litter, we estimated also above ground and below ground litters by harvest residues, where we had to use another assumption about harvested wood products, So that's what we use for carbon input. And when we look at this again, the yellow box above, this was how we calculate the carbon input. How about carbon output? We use directly measured this total respiration. That's how we derive this emission factor. Regarding soil carbon balance emission factor, we had to recalculate the total respiration measurements to soil heterotrophic respiration. But in our case, we used an empirical approach by using information from previous studies on the relationship between soil respiration and heterotrophic respiration to do this recalculation. We had to do this because our heterotrophic respiration measurements showed significant heterotrophic respiration overestimation. The main reason for that was because when we do the trenching, we cut the roots. The measurement time in the study is 2 years, and the decomposition time for the roots to decompose only half of the mass of the roots usually takes in our climate conditions about 2 years. And in our case, as our study sites were nutrient rich means sites are abundant with vegetation. That means we had high below ground biomass, and when this high biomass is decomposing, we have huge overestimation of heterotrophic respiration. By literature, heterotrophic respiration usually in our climate conditions is about 4, probably up to 6 in some cases, tons per carbon per hectare a year. But this overestimation alone induced around 6 tons of overestimation per year, considering we had the biomass in this size of below ground up to 40 tons. Now let's get to the main results. We will have such 3 slides. On the right side, we see the mean values of total respiration, recalculated heterotrophic respiration values in the table, the mean input with the liter, and then when we sum it up, we see the forest floor, emission factor, soil emission factor, and later on I will get to drainage input factor. So let's see what happens in drained and undrained sites regarding soil emissions. The 2 bars in the graph on the left side we see that in drain sites we had considerably higher soil emissions, but we also had higher carbon input by vegetation litter. So if emissions were higher for about 2 tons per hectare a year, litter in drain sites was higher for 1 ton per year, so we're not able to compensate for these carbon losses if we consider total respiration, but when we recalculate it to heterotrophic respiration, aiming to estimate soil carbon balance, we actually got results that we did not discover that the soils during the study period lost soil carbon stock. We see those brown bars on the left, drained and undrained, but the uncertainty is high. Actually, they show removals, but safer to say that we did not actually see that the soil would lose carbon. And when we compare these two results in drained and undrained sites, assuming then when we combine those, we see the effect of drainage on soil carbon balance. We see that the negative impact was 0.43 tons per hectare per year. That means the drainage, in our case, drainage impact was reduced carbon sequestration. And when we compare it with the default IPCC emission factors, what we got in case of drainage impact, it's similar to the default factor for nutrient-poor soils in boreal zone, slightly lower than nutrient-rich emission factor in boreal zone, but significantly lower than the temperate default emission factor. In case of the grasslands, here we can see that emissions were considerably higher than in forest lands, and the litter input was at least 2 times lower than in forest lands. Consequently, we have higher emissions, less carbon input. When we combine that, we see that the soil lost about 4 tons per hectare per year. And when we can get into more stratified data, because we had 2 classes of the study sites, one with deep organic soil organic layer and another one with shallow layer, something on the threshold of organic soil definition, then we see that actually these soils that had the shallower or organic layer had the higher emissions. And when we compare these results with the IPCC default emission factors, we see that these shallow soils had similar emission factors than IPCC boreal and IPCC temperate deep drained soils, and these soils in Latvia's case with the deep organic matter were more similar to temperate shallow drained emission factor, but more or less the emission factors really are quite similar considering the uncertainty ranges. Regarding cropland, again similar. If in grasslands emissions were higher compared to forest lands, and in cropland emissions are higher compared to grassland, here we saw a total respiration reaching even 16 tons per hectare per year, and also in soils with a shallower organic soil layer. But in this case, the difference between deep and shallow soils were even higher than in grasslands. But we have to consider that uncertainty was also high, so actually mathematically we couldn't say that it's a significant difference due to this uncertainty. And the carbon input in croplands, we estimated it was quite similar than in grasslands. Consequently, the emission factor in croplands is quite higher than in grasslands, reaching up to 7 tons of carbon per hectare per year in these shallow soils, and in deep soils, something much less, 4 tons. Comparing to default emission factors, we see that emission factors are quite similar also to IPCC default guidelines, especially when we compare the shallow soils. But when we compare the deep soils, then emission factor is considerably lower. Yes. Yep. And it's time for discussion.
All right. You said it yourself. I mean, it's time for discussion. Why not? We have actually quite a few questions again. Thanks for that. Thank you. You see them? We can read it from. Yeah, but then you need a microphone. We can do it like that. You just read it out and you say the answer.
Yeah, probably. We can do like that.
Less work for me.
Yeah, actually, regarding grasslands, I believe we had both cases with plowing and without plowing, I think. And how it affects, actually, it was difficult to quantify because we had to make some assumptions regarding how the impact of plowing is doing, how it acts on the carbon input. But I will leave this question to Darta when we have the poster presentations up in the dinner time, lunchtime.
Mm-hmm.
And she can help you answer this question better. Yeah, the key difference between different emission factors, it's something I already mentioned. Mostly it's because emissions itself differs, and also carbon input differs. So in forest lands, the carbon input by liter is considerably higher than in case of agricultural lands, and that's the reason why. And also the emissions are lower. And when we put that together, that's the reason why emission factors in forest lands are much lower. And why these emissions are such high in agricultural lands, it's most likely due to this nutrient availability in the soils that promote microbial activity that increases these emissions. And when the carbon input is low, that's not able to compensate for these increased emissions due to mineralization. Yes, we had something revetted in OrgBalt sites, but actually they got flooded in this last season. Those sites were meant to be overstead lands with revetting, or let's say managed groundwater level, but we saw that the areas got flooded, and most likely the trees died there, so we will have to see what happens there. That's another reason why 2-year studies are difficult to quantify in 2-year studies how the revetting actually acts in the specific areas, because we cannot predict how revetting will do in, let's say, 10 or 100 years, because our climate conditions or meteorological conditions are varying in each year. That's the reason previously we had mentioned in some questions, why do you gamble on afforestation? Actually, would say we gamble more on revetting because it's more difficult to predict the groundwater level fluctuation. So we actually cannot say what will be there, what will be variations groundwater level in let's say 100 years. But in forest land, it's more easier to predict how the stand will develop. That means we can predict the carbon input by liter. We also can predict more or less how often happens these natural disturbances. So I would turn this comment opposite side, that revetting is probably even more risky if we take into account all the kind of risks that we can.
Okay, let's take the next one. The upper road has 3 likes.
Okay, upper one.
Yes.
Can you clarify there are no case negative emission factors? Do you mean the default ones? Actually, there must be default ones, because when we look at the uncertainty range of default emission factors, we usually pay attention to the mean value. But when we look at the uncertainty range of default emission factors, we can see also negative values. That's the reason why uncertainty range can get also below the 0. So that's not correct. There are emission factors outside there also negative.
Okay, and maybe one last one, the upper one by Andis, the most active, apart from anonymous, of course.
Yeah. The current approach comes from IPCC's guidelines, because emission factors we get there is actually emission factors from drained soils. But by idea, IPCC actually should report on anthropogenic impact of emissions, and that's not the same drainage impact emission factors or drained soil emissions, because when we should report anthropogenic impact, we should take into account the baseline, which is undrained soil, and compare it to the drained soil, and that's anthropogenic impact. So my suggestion would be that we should move forward in this methodological improvement to actually report what we should report: anthropogenic impact, meaning we should report drainage impact, not emissions from drained soil.
Are you here till the end of the day, by the way?
Yes.
So I suggest you approach all this for your questions that were not covered through the lunch break. Thank you so much. All right. Okay, Kaido, I believe it's you and then the lunch. So how do you feel about it? No, we don't, but we have you, so we need to hear what you have to say. So Kaido is a person with specific interest in peatland and forest matters, of course, and specifically greenhouse gas exchange and carbon and nitrogen balance and so forth and so forth. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. When I initially heard that one presentation was missing, I hope that I have more time, but it seems that I don't. So my name is Kaido Soosaar. I'm from University of Tartu, and actually I would like to acknowledge practically the whole team of Life for OrgBalt, because we did a lot of field works to collect that amount of different data. So my presentation will focus on methane and N2O, and I wanted to highlight why methane and why N2O. Probably not all of us know what is the difference between different greenhouse gases. And the methane is actually 28 times more stronger greenhouse gas than CO2. And not lately, but after the pre-industrial period, the concentration of methane has doubled. However, CO2 concentration is increased only 30%, let's say only. And methane is responsible about 20% of the global warming potential. And if you think about N2O, N2O is even more potent greenhouse gas. It's up to 265 times more important or more dangerous greenhouse gas. And if you think about the anthropogenic sources, it's like 40% is coming from there. And the impact of drainage is not so well considered in the inventories. So this is a topic which we need to study a bit more. Jyrki gave a very nice overview about the methodology, what we did, and I will focus mostly on the gaseous soil methane N2O flux, marked red. And I was thinking that as a scientist, I would like to give more like scientific background why we have this kind of results. So I will go a little bit into the processes. And so we think about, we have undrained peatland, and we think about methane cycle. So all the work is done by different microbes. And if we have water level high, then we have this kind of microbes called the methanogenes. So it happens methanogenesis, which means that there is a methane production. And then we have, when we have the methane in the soil, when we have a release through the soil to the atmosphere, but there would be also a source from plants. Small plants, different ones, there could be the emission rates could be different, all depends on the plant physiology. And now, if we drain the peatland, when we lower the water level, this means that there are other microbes start to work, and as we are when we are lowering the water level, we are giving oxygen into the soil, and doing that, we are activating methanotrophs. These are the group of microbes who are oxidizing methane. So the soil methane balance finally depends on the on the ratio between the work done by the methanogenes and work done by the methanotrophs. If you go to the N2O flux, this is, I would say, very tricky and very difficult. I would like just to highlight the two main processes. One is nitrification, the other one is denitrification. And what is important regarding N2O, you know that there are many studies which showing that the N2O flux is coming out as a peak. There are peak fluxes. So to have a high flux in N2O, you have to have very certain conditions, have to be filled. For example, you have to have ammonia in the soil if you have an aerobic condition. And then if you have ammonia in the soil, then happens the nitrification. And during that process, the ammonia will be converted to nitrate, and then we have N2O. And then if you have a lot of nitrate in soil and nobody is using that nitrate, and then there is a rain or there is a heavy precipitation, or we are in some reason lifting the water level, then the other microbes start to work, and then we have the denitrification. And then happens the conversion from nitrate to N2, and there could be a byproduct as N2O. So what you remember here is that if we have dry soil, then we have nitrification. If we have wet soil, then we have denitrification. But if we have, like in the middle, we can both processes can happen at the same time, and we can have continuous flux. Now a little bit about our objectives. So the main idea was to estimate the annual fluxes of methane and N2O, as well somehow try to explain those fluxes, and then finally to determine the country or region specific emission factors. And we did a study, as we know, that Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, and they also included some similar studies which the Latvian colleagues did during the previous projects. And they also focused on different tree species, downy birch, Norway spruce, Scotch pine, black alder. And then we also studied the drained grasslands and croplands. And maybe the method is, yes, we already last presentations explained it with, we did the manual measurements, collected with those white chambers as you see on the left bottom figure. And then we measured the methane and N2O concentrations with a gas chromatography. And in addition, we also measured different environmental parameters like soil temperature, air temperature, moisture, water level depth, and also did soil water chemical analysis and soil nutrient content. But actually, we also did the microbial analysis. So we a little bit know, I'm not going to talk about the microbial composition in this study, but we also wanted to go a bit more deeper, just really explain what's going on in the soil when we have higher fluxes or we have some consumption of methane. And here is the forest sites. Altogether, we had 25 sites with different tree species, as I mentioned. We have very nice coverage over the whole Baltics. Most of the sites, even though we're in Latvia or from Latvia. And here are the results from forest sites. We see that upper graphs are temperature dynamics. So if we have a higher temperature during the summertime, and we also have higher N2O flux, but it doesn't mean always like that. And as we have drained soils, and as you remember that I mentioned you that if the water level is down, then we have those methanotrophs who are eating that CO2, that methane. So we have methane consumption. So what we see that most of the time the methane was below zero, which means that all of our ecosystems were consuming methane. In this figure regarding N2O, even though we see some kind of temperature dependence, like we have higher in summertime, but N2O is actually a very interesting gas, and it could be also emitted during the winter time. Then there is a freezing thawing moments, there are different conditions, and the limitation of quite many studies is that people do not do the measurements during the winter time. But in under this project we did. So we had each month we went out to do the measurements. And here is some annual values you see on up left, marked with A. We see the methane is annual fluxes in all of the sites were negative, which means all the sites were methane consumers. On the right up, you see also the relationship with the soil water level. And what we found out that if the water level is below 25 centimeters, all the methane what is produced in deeper zone will be oxidized, and the ecosystem will not be the methane producer. In case of N2O, on the left bottom graph, we see that some of the sites are very high emitters. So it's showing that the site, the way you do your measurements, it's very important. There is the local conditions could vary a lot. And if you compare these with in the middle bottom is the undrained sites, we see that the N2O flux from the drained and undrained side is significantly different. We have more from the drained sites. As you remember, I mentioned you that there are nitrification, denitrification microbes who are liking this kind of pulsing water level. They want that water level is up. Then we had there is anoxic conditions, so the N2O can produce during denitrification, and then if you're going down, then the other microbes start to work. Now, this is a comparison of what we got compared to the IPCC default values. As Aldis mentioned, the temperate and boreal zones, this is also very important actually. So in Estonia, for example, is partly between the boreal and temperate zone. We could call it as a hemiboreal. And then temperate zone is very wide, so it could be maybe too different for us. I mean, too warm conditions, maybe in the southern part of the temperate zone. But we see that in our case, all the forest sites were methane consumers, and in the same time, IPCC emission factor is positive. And in case of N2O, there is no significant difference. So the fluxes are for the Baltic states in average in the same range as the IPCC default factors. But if you see the Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania separately, you see that there is a very large variation. In Estonia, there is the lowest, and in Lithuania, there is the highest N2O emission. But in the same time, I would like to highlight that it's very important if you have seen this kind of high emissions that it could be due to the one specific site. It's not like Lithuanian forests are larger N2O emitters than Estonian. So to have more, to have better results with less uncertainty, we have to do more measurements. We have to have more forest under the study. Now about the grasslands. Those we also had a nice coverage over the Estonia, Latvia, and Estonia. The total number of sites were 10. We had 7 grasslands and 3 undrained peatlands as a comparison. What I would like to highlight, what I also mentioned during the last previous slides, that here is an example, just random examples of N2O dynamics, annual dynamics, and as you see that the red line is the N2O flux, it's going up and down. And for example, if you see the left, the highest peak is only one time when we were out, and next time the flux was down. So it's very important to go out as often as possible. In this project, we in some cases went out once per month, in some cases twice per month, all depended how many resources we had. But I would say that to have a proper results, one should go out every week or even use AD covariance systems or some automated chamber systems. So manually we cannot get those peaks, and in just the opposite way as it could happen also, that we are going out and we have high flux and then we think that the high flux is always there, but actually it's not always there. If you think about this grassland soil NTO flux, there is also, as you see, very high variation from -8 till 680. And if you look on the methane, it's also -87 up to 11,000. So you know that in our region we have winters, we have snow, and when the snow is starting to melt, this means that the water level can temporarily go up, and this can enhance methane production, and then we have high peaks. So, but it could be only once per month, a very short period during a year. So this is the PCA analysis. I brought it in just to explain that it is, if you talk about CO2, and it's quite simple to, well, not simple, but there are quite good models to model CO2 flux, because CO2 is dependent on the temperature and soil moisture. But if you look in NTO, there is practically no model available with what you can model NTO flux. There are some, of course, there are some models, and people are trying to improve it, but there are so many different parameters which are influencing the NTO flux. Is there nitrate enough? Is there water level at the same time high? Is the temperature high? But if you have temperature, the water level high, but we don't have nitrate, we have ammonia. There are different combinations. And then the comparison with the default emission factors. There is some kind of mistake. So what we found out that the NTO flux was in our case lower than the emission factors. But in case of methane, we see that we are in the middle of the boreal and temperate zone. So in temperate zone, nitrogen-rich peatlands, we see that 16, and the boreal is 1.4, but we are somewhere in the middle. And one slide about the croplands. So far, the inventories haven't include methane flux from those ecosystems. In our based on our study, we see that it's minus 0.6 kilograms per hectare per year. So the croplands is also where the methane consumers, and in case of NTO, it was fitting in the same range as IPCC default factors. And the last slide, so conclusion, as I mentioned, forest lands in our case, where all of them were methane consumers, but it doesn't mean that all the drained forests are the consumers. It depends on the drainage, how effective is the drainage, is the old reconstructed drainage, and so on. So the climate zone is important. As we see, compared to temperate and boreal, we see that there is a significant difference. And can we bring the line where is the boreal and now starts the temperate? So it could be debatable. So which emission factors are more suitable for our region? And soil nutrient status for sure is important. In our case, we are focusing on nutrient-rich soils. As you saw, the water level, as I mentioned in the processes, the water level is a key factor. Even though we are measuring the water level, the key factor is actually oxygen content. But as oxygen content is very hard to measure, then we always relate the measurements with the water level. And we hope that this study can be, the data from this study can be used in the tier 1 or tier 2 methodology. And we do hope that we have some continuation of this project, and we can continue have more precise and less uncertain data. So thank you very much.
as we are 20 minutes into lunch break, shall we address just 3 questions, perhaps? Let's do the voting now. I mean, let's rank these. So the more likes the question has, the upper it goes. So let's spend 30 seconds for that. So you can like your question and somebody else's if you want. All right. So what do we have? A question by Enars appears to be the most popular. So if we have negative methane emissions, can we consider drained organic soils are lowering atmospheric methane concentration?
No. The thing is that...
I like the pause. I like the pause. I mean, lovely.
Well, in theory it does, because if you think about that is negative, this means that it should lower it. But if you think about other sources, the other sources are so large, so that small consumption by these ecosystems are actually not so important. And in addition, if you know the future climate predictions, we will have more precipitation, which means that the soil will be a bit more wetter, which means that the consumption of methane is there are some studies which are showing that it's actually decreasing in time.
Okay, so what's your reaction? It's more like a comment. We should mention that methane is a relatively short-living greenhouse gas in the atmosphere, different to CO2.
Yeah.
Undrained peatlands reach an equilibrium and not heating the climate. Yes or no?
I was agreeing with the first part, but the second part was undrained peatlands reach that. Well, no. Well, we shouldn't look only one side of the coin. We always should look at a wider picture. So we cannot talk only about methane. Yes, regarding methane, it is climate cooling, but if you think about peatlands, and if you have drained peatlands, we have loss of the carbon in soil. If it's nutrient rich, and then we have some kind of precipitation moments or flooding moments, then it's also a large source of N2O. So I wouldn't agree with that.
All right. Okay, so the last one, the top one.
Yeah. In drained peatlands, you have large open water like ditches, which emits considerable methane. Well, no.
Again?
And the reason is quite simple. We were focused on drained sites, so our focus wasn't so much the natural peatlands. Yes, we had some undrained sites, and in that sense, in theory, so we think about natural peatlands, and the water level is high, and where is the methane? Methane is in the water. And the water is, the gas is moving. It's not like we have wet open area and then we have in that spot we have higher methane concentration in the water, and next to that we have lower. There, in theory, there could be so, but I don't know exactly. What I do know is that in peatlands it's more important is the hummocks and hollows. So we have higher patches of plants in the open peatlands, and those are different than the hollows where we have higher emissions. And this is important, but the open bodies, I don't know the answer.
Oh, you should have started with that. I mean, to make it shorter. Just kidding. Okay, Kado, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's move on. And I believe you can catch Kaido in the lunch break and ask your question if it wasn't addressed. Before you go, please, hungry people, before you go, a few things from my side. So for those who are a bit concerned about tomorrow's plans and didn't get the message, at the registration desk, you can get all the information about what's happening tomorrow. Okay, so that's one thing. We meet back at 2 p.m. sharp. I mean, please come a bit earlier because at 2 we start. Also for the online audience, so 14 hours. It's the when we start after the lunch break. You have poster session, which is just to that side towards the lunch. I mean, lunch and posters could be combined. Networking, getting to know, and so forth. But before we go to posters and before we go to the lunch, we should make a joint photo. We have Matis, the photographer. Yes, yes, okay. So I think, use that door, because that direction we have a big staircase leading towards the second floor. So on that staircase, we'll have a joint photograph. So make sure you see the camera. That's the general rule in group photos. So let's use that door and go towards the area of staircase, and we'll do the photo. And then you're free until 2 o'clock, and we meet back again in this room. All right, welcome back. It's good to see such a lively communication happening. That's the point, I think, of all conference networking breaks. Hopefully you have also refreshed and fed and so forth. All right, let's play with Slido again. We have several poll questions, so I invite you to Slido platform, which is at the moment, I think, quite familiar already. So we will now have several poll questions. So, first one, which of these superpowers would you choose to help in climate change mitigation efforts? All right, so you have a superpower. Can you choose one answer here? Yes. What's your answer? So far, no participants, because they are confused. Me? Superpower? How is that possible? All right, so we'll see. So ability to grow plants instantly, it's not very popular answer. So why would you do that? Power to clean polluted air and water would be a nice power. Skill to communicate with animals and plants. Right. Capability to transform any land into fertile soil, like a desert, for example. Okay. We have 29 participants. It used to be 52, so where are you? I'm looking at the Lithuanian branch here. All good? Okay. Okay, so power to clean polluted air and water is the most popular answer, closely followed by the skill to communicate with animals. I mean, you can communicate with them. Humans are animals, and that makes much sense to them. Right, okay. I love the debate here. Our online audience don't hear that, but cool. That's the icebreaker, purpose here. Thank you. So let's move to the next topic, next question. We have almost 50 participants, which is nice. So if you could travel anywhere in the world to study greenhouse gases, where would you go? Do you need that to study? To go anywhere? Maybe you do. So here we can see COVID impact. Home, just, no troubles. Because my fridge is there, my sofa is there, my laptop is there, and probably my cat that I communicate with is also there. All right, stay here, Finland. Stay here in Finland. Bahamas. Why Bahamas? Who was that? Whose answer is that? Okay. Siberia. Oh, Jesus. Uganda. Rwanda. Nearest peatland. So, do you know where is the nearest peatland here? Do we have peatland in Riga? Yes. Where? Madama. Okay. Okay. Zipnikons. Yes. Yeah. It used to be, yeah, exactly. I used to live there, actually. All right. Okay, nice. Stay here, home is the most popular answer. Okay, thanks for the activity. Let's move on. Oh, Borneo is also there. Is it because of those relatives of ours, the orangutans? I don't know. Okay, if you could rename the Life OrgBalt project to make it more catchy and fun. Well, suggesting it's not very catchy and not very fun. What would you call it? Pete Friends could be the answer. Or gas catchers. What else? That's my two options. Or no more gas, please. G-org. It's like a G point or G spot or G-org. G or G, maybe. I mean, we are on the very thin line here, I think. Life or death with a question mark. Mythbusters. Busters, probably. Coal diggers. Right. Greenhouse gases pickers. Okay. Any more? Not too many, just 11 people. Well, you can always say we're not in the creative industry, we're scientists here. All right. Can you somehow vote for this? Probably not. Can we? No, not in this case. Petey Joy. Spain has no peat. Spain has no. Is that true? They don't? Is it too dry for the peat to be developed there? So it's not true. Okay. Pitalo. Fineslaleta. Fines. Right. Oh, I could do this whole day. I mean, this is really a fun thing to do. So again, my wife asks, so how was the day? I was like, I was playing with the audience. Those name games. Ogre, get out of my swamp. Ogre, Peteris. Of course, Peteris. Okay, thank you for this. All right, now it's a bit this transition now from fun to less fun, right? I mean, the agenda of the conference. Okay, or to more fun. I don't know, Andy. What do you think? Can you beat this with your presentation? All right, senior researcher at Latvian State Forest Research Institute, Silava, Andis Lasdiņš, at your disposal.
Yes, hello everybody. Okay, this next and back. Yeah. So we had not only elaboration of emission factors, but we also tried some strategies how to reduce mitigate emissions. In Latvia and Finland, we have these demo sites where we try different approaches for mitigation of emissions. And the general approach, how to estimate it, we have a grassland, then we have forest land, drained or non-drained, and then we have some intermediate stage, and we compared what is happening in grassland, what is happening in forest land, drained or non-drained, depending from dominant species. And then we build some model to calculate what would certain strategy affect emissions by comparing one scenario and another scenario. Generally, it's not how it is calculated in inventory, but if you are going to these voluntary carbon trading platforms, then it's more or less what they're asking to compare the two scenarios, what is happening now and what will happen if you are doing things differently. Yeah. That's very small letters and several strategies. Some of them were on farmlands without land use changes. One of the most promising and most common, let's say, in Latvian conditions, it's turning arable land into grasslands. Then we have attempt to regulate groundwater level. We try to change a bit rotation of traditional cereal crop rotation by introducing more legumes into the rotation to understand basically what is happening with biomass. Is it more or less? Then we have planted strips of trees along the drainage systems. Then we have land use change related measures. It's afforestation of grasslands. It could be also arable land, but anyway. Then afforestation and rewetting of grasslands. For this measure, we compared situation in grassland with situation in wet forest, which Aldis and Kaido already presented what is happening in these areas after they becoming wet or more or less wet. Establishing of tree plantations, fast-growing tree plantations with short rotation, and several measures in forest lands, which will follow later. Yes, there is this traffic sigen to understand, not to read everything, but to understand by title and by this light what is our opinion about certain measures. First is transformation of arable land into grassland. Very good measure because it costs nothing. Actually, it's actually cost because subsidies are changing for farmers. If he turns from agriculture with crop production to agriculture with without crop production. If farmer is lucky, he have biologically valuable grassland in that place, so his his outcomes and incomes maybe are balanced after that. But yes, it's the benefit of this measure is that it's quite safe. There is no risks actually to fail in implementation of the measure, because anyway something will grow in this area after it is taken away from management. But there is another color, it's red in this case. It is if we can hope to earn money from this measure, for instance, by selling these removals to WER or gold standard. In this case, it's red because we are taking, at least formally, from their requirements. If you are taking away land from food production, then it's not, let's say, not good for WER or gold standard. But things are different, and they are applying this rule very differently in different projects. For instance, wetland restoration projects doesn't have this requirement not to take away land from food production. Then another green, it's afforestation. This is, as all such measures, it's a bit more risks because we can fail with afforestation. Aldis already mentioned that in one of our demo sites, not all trees survived after flooding because of some animal activities in this field. It's beaver activities, which have to be considered in risk management. So it's, but this measure has very positive if you compare what is happening in grassland or cropland and in mature forest, for instance. This is also red in terms of voluntary carbon trading platforms, because first of all we are taking away area from food production, and another thing which is not supported by WER, at least, it's soil scarification. If you want to grow trees on peatland, we have to prepare such mounds, or preferably bigger mounds, because of previously mentioned risk of flood. But anyway, we have to scarify soil, and they don't like it. Basically, there was a question if there is effect of ploughing or not effect. We have studies continuing in OrgBalt project sites where we are measuring what is happening on these mounds, and in a scarified area where we've taken away soil, and in control area. At the moment, we have third year of measurements. Up to now, we have, let's say, on mound, the emissions are slightly bigger. In this pit or hole, in this hole, emissions are slightly smaller. So basically, this is zero changes after soil scarification. So to my understanding, this requirement not to scarify soil, it's a bit too conservative, let's say, approach, not to say other word for that, but it's based on lack of knowledge instead of knowledge. Then one important thing for all forest-related activities, we have this chart in, it's on right side from you. It's red and blue bars or fields. The red field is if you are counting everything which is happening in place plus harvested wood products. If you're adding this blue bar, it means that we are counting what is happening in energy sector. If all wood from chairs, from tables, from wood processing residues are going to incineration instead of natural gas. So it's quite important to consider this additional effect of afforestation and forest management, because with this biofuel substitution effect, we can ensure that this positive effect is continuous and much bigger than if you are counting only biomass and carbon in biomass-derived products. Then we are going to a bit different color traffic light. It's yellow, it's afforestation and rewetting of grasslands. the order is quite important because we can, if you are doing first rewetting and then afforestation, we have much higher risk of unsuccess of the project. Instead, if you are doing first afforestation and then rewetting, when the trees are able to regulate groundwater level by evapotranspiration activities. So this is one important thing. But yeah, the problem with this activity is that it's high. The risk of success is quite high, much higher than in traditional afforestation. To have the, we will have some removals definitely, but we are considering quite high removals in these sites, and it's, how to say, hard to predict that we are successful. And then again, here we have not exactly red color, but orange color for ability to trade this carbon in voluntary carbon trading platforms, because it depends from evaluator, I guess, if these activities will be supported or not, because also here we need definitely soil scarification, otherwise trees will not grow. And another problem is rewetting, like in this site, which we have also in OrgBalt project, that neighbors are not happy with this activity. If you are rewetting this small triangle, they're all surrounding forests on, it's right side from me, but left side from you. It's all suffering from exceeding amount of water. So forest owners push that we have to restore drainage system in this site, at least to restore drainage for outflow, one outflow from this area to another side of road. And yes, here we also can see previously we had, I guess, approximately during 200 years, 1,004 or 600 tons, if you are not considering risks. And here we have approximately 1,000 tons of CO2 removals after afforestation, if you are consuming, if you are considering substitution effect of biofuel. So also good measure if you can manage risks. That's critical for all cases. If you are dealing with water management, water regulation, it's very hard to predict what will happen, let's say, not only in 200 years after rewetting, but 20 years after rewetting. So it is a high risk investment, let's say. It should be considered by landowners when they are going to do something like that. Then next one is red. It's not, it would be green if we would speak about agriculture, because we definitely can reduce nitrogen consumption in agriculture applications. But in our case, we found that biomass input in soil with those legumes which are traditionally used in Latvia, it's smaller than with traditional cereal dominant rape and wheat or ray systems. So at the moment it's, yeah, it's red. Probably if you would know more about if we could use legumes with deeper roots or bigger biomass, then we would have different results. But at the moment we are, based on project results, we cannot recommend it for LULUCF sector. Next one is yellow. We will see it tomorrow. It is yellow because during the project site we don't have a reference place where we can see the long-term effect. We can see only short-term effect. And in short term, we didn't find the positive balance in CO2 before and in greenhouse gases before and after application of this measure. But we still hope that in longer run, after, let's say, longer period of observations, we will find the difference, because definitely we will have higher groundwater level in summertime. So we can assume that biomass production will be bigger in this site, and this site will suffer less from drought risks. But up to now, we have to continue studies in this, on this measure to say plus or minus, most probably plus for this green light, let's say. Then another even big measure with even bigger potential to reduce CO2 emissions and to produce removals, but with even higher risks of successful implementation. The idea is to grow fast-growing trees with rotation, okay, 20 years, let's say, 25 years. Most probably it will be some kind of hybrid poplar or hybrid aspen. Grows very nicely if we can take away two risks. One is drought. In peat soils, it's strange, sounds strange, but it's problem in peat soils to have droughts in summertime because groundwater level drops down. during summer. And another problem, even bigger in our case, was animal damages. Area definitely should be fenced, and other protection measures should be implemented also. So with rather high mitigation potential, 3-4 times, 2-3 times bigger than afforestation, but at the same time the risk is quite high. So it is also good measure, but still high risks, and somehow we have to implement risk management measures like most probably fencing is the first and the most important. Yeah, Blue Dash application, it was tested in Latvia and also in Finland, a bit different scopes of the spreading of Blue Dash, but in Latvia we have research experience on this fertilizer, but we don't have much industrial experience. At the moment, the state forest company is planning to start pilot project, larger scale pilot project on spreading of Blue Dash, and they will work together with Finnish contractors which are working in this field. And definitely from our previous research and also from this study, we know that it has positive effect on immediate positive effect. So it's written here that it's quick, fast acting measure on biomass increment. We don't have increase in emissions, at least in these fertile sites. We will see tomorrow different case where ash is used in former peat extraction sites. There we have slight increase of emissions, but you will see tomorrow how it looks like when we all calculating all together what Aldis mentioned in carbon balance. Here in Latvia, maybe in compared to Finland, we have other challenges also. First of all, if we go to continental or boreal climate, we have more or less predictable winters. Frozen, we can go into field and spread wood ash in winter time. In Latvia, we cannot rely so much on the soil that it will be frozen in winter, so we have to do it mostly in summertime when we have the driest condition. And it makes two risks. First, we can damage roots of trees. If you are doing in spruce stands, then they are more sensitive than others. And another thing, if you are trying to spread as wide as possible by spreader this wood ash in summertime, especially in spring, we can damage bark. So from biodiversity point of view, it's very good to damage bark, but from forestry point of view, it's not very good because we are creating a potential place where we have root rot next generation. Yeah, but definitely, yes, this measure is acceptable for Latvia. Another thing which is here raising problem that farmers also understand that wood ash is not waste but resource, and foresters will have to compete with farmers at some point for this material, but not yet. Yeah, next is red. Maybe it's another difference in climate. If we compare the boreal climate and our temperate climate, we tried this continuous selective felling in spruce stands, because spruce is the only shade-tolerant species, native species here in Latvia, and they should be able to regenerate in such management. After such management, we have some mitigation, and if you have model 200 years of management of such stands in theory without risks, we have also mitigation effect. But the problem, there are actually several problems with this. Again, we have after such selective felling, the bark beetle is coming to these places, and they are eating some of trees. If bark beetle leaves something behind them, then wind is coming next and destroying everything else. So if you compare this selective felling and clear felling management, then definitely clear felling is following to selective felling quite soon in most cases in Latvia. So it's the difference between boreal and temperate climate zone. So we would not recommend this as a climate change mitigation measure. In spite, we have some less emissions here. Then traditionally in Latvia, there are two measures in the regeneration of naturally wet sites, which are usually in Latvia left over for natural regeneration after clear fellings. Here we tried, the idea was to do the artificial regeneration. We don't like this word artificial, but regeneration by planting. In one case, we planted black alder. In another case, it will be another study site with spruce. At the moment, we are at the beginning of the study. We don't have much experience and many study sites where we can compare what is happening after artificial regeneration of such sites. If these trees survive and how many stands will survive. So it is, at the moment, yellow light. More studies are necessary to understand if this measure is positive or negative or neutral, let's say, not negative, definitely. But at the moment, it looks like in theory that it should work. And because we have shortened regeneration period, we have more removals in early development stages in these stands, just because we scarify soils, even if those trees are dying. Next is planting of tree strips or shelter belts around drainage systems. I mark it red. These drainage systems, actually, we can plant shelter belts anywhere. It doesn't matter if it's drainage system or not. If there is in terrain, we can see the area where it can be where we can consider accumulation of nutrients from surrounding fields. We can plant the shelter belt, and also we can plant it where it is necessary from agriculture point of view. So this definitely green, but also there is something in orange color. Is risks which are in short rotation. Trees is even bigger in this case, and we have to find solution, either to use slow growing trees or to implement protective measures in these sites. But definitely positive, but with higher risks. Yeah, it's similar measure in forests, again red. Several reasons. One is it's complicated because there is restrictions for management in these areas around natural water streams, and another because we don't have let's say areas where we can compare what is happening in reality after planting of trees in these buffer zones. In theory, they should grow better, but in practice, we don't have approval for that. The same study site for spruce, like for black alder. Again, it's yellow light because we don't have enough information. This has to be studied more carefully before we can recommend it for practical investments from government or from private funds. Again, different story for strip felling. This is not red but yellow. Definitely at the moment we don't have enough information, but most probably this is the alternative for our climate zone for not continuous forest cover, but at least for reduced management. At the moment, it's yellow because we don't know how this management approach will affect growth of next generation, and we don't have a good model for optimizing size of openings. And in short, yes, most of things are already told. Not so much fun up to now, but most probably will be in questions. Conversions of croplands to grasslands, definitely it's the easiest way to do something and to reach some mitigation effects. We can revet these areas to implement some biodiversity targets. We can plant trees in these areas, small spots of trees, 0.1 hectare, for instance, which is permitted in our legislation, and still retaining the subsidies for farmlands. Afforestation, definitely, it gives the biggest different kind of afforestation, biggest CO2 removal effect, but still there is higher risks of not reaching these targets. Fast-growing trees, even higher risk of success, but even higher mitigation effect. And yes, this revetting related activities and artificial regeneration in naturally wet areas is something we have to study more. And yeah, that was it.
All right. We have again many questions, so why don't we rank them again so that we know which to address, because I believe there are quite many. So what's the baseline for all the scenarios?
All scenarios have different baselines. If it's afforestation, we can select the grassland or cropland, depending on what is in real situation. In our case, in modeling, we used, let's say, more conservative approach that it's grassland at the beginning.
Okay. So next up, Nerijus is saying, just to repeat former question, what makes Latvia in entire EU exceptional with these afforestation ideas?
maybe Latvians are too stupid, and when we are saying afforestation, we are mentioning organic soils, and more clever countries are skipping it and just saying afforestation.
Right. So it could be the matter of how you name things.
Yes.
All right. Okay. You sound quite confident about this. Okay. I mean, just my impression.
We just made several times this mistake, so I can imagine that it's the same case.
All right. Another popular question. Your recommendations quite differ from global and EU climate and biodiversity research recommendations. Could you explain that?
I would not say so. There are different recommendations. Some are on the top, some are a bit deeper, but if you're evaluating research results, definitely we can come to this recommendation to afforest some of organic soils. It was a previously question, afforest everything? Definitely no, because not everywhere it's possible. And revetting activities and other restoration activities are welcome in other places where reforestation is not possible or it's associated with very high risk of success.
All right, let's take another one. The EU needs to be carbon neutral by 2050, as we know. So we need measures to reach that target in 26 years. Someone's done the math. What are these effective measures to drastically reduce emissions? So very broad question. What's your take on that?
For Latvia, it's definitely, it's quite easy for Latvia if we are speaking about LULUCF sector. We have 8 million tons of emissions from organic soils. If we don't have them, we don't have emissions. So if you are implement the approach which Chaldis proposed with this comparison of drained and non-drained conditions scenarios, then we going to zero in forest lands, and by afforestation or wetting of remaining organic soils, we can go to zero in other lands. And so LULUCF sector will be saved at that point, but I don't know about energy sector. It's a bit tricky, I guess.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, well done. And the present for you. You might wonder what's in there. I mean, that's something locally produced, some tea, some sweets, and some juices, I believe. Okay, so you see, it was worth doing that. All right, exactly. All right, next up, Vaiva from Lithuanian Research Center for Agriculture and Forestry. So the floor is yours.
So hello everyone, dear colleagues here in the building and also colleagues online. So I will briefly present the model or the calculation tool which was actually used for the numbers which Andis already presented, but I will go a little bit more deeper into what this model consists of. So the task for this activity was to integrate climate projections with greenhouse gases projections. So basically what was done, so the two steps from the top of the slide is what was already presented during this conference. So there were measurements done, and then the emission factors were developed. And some of them are already published, some of them will be published a little bit later, probably. Then the calculation tool consists of those emission factors developed by the OrgBalt and also climate projections, which we extracted from the Cordex database. So it's kind of official climate projections, weather projections for the next century. And also biomass carbon stock change projections in different land uses were included in that calculation tool to get the result of total greenhouse gases emissions or removals in the certain land use. So this is the basic methodology included in this calculation tool, and the main input data to the calculation tool or the simple model was the same for all the countries included, which includes all 3 Baltic countries, and also there were 2 options provided for temperate and boreal climate zones, not defining exactly the country included. And also some of the input data was country specific. I have marked here the emission factors included in the model in the different in the different writing, because by now they were included as the regional emission factors, the same for all 3 Baltic countries. But in the further development of the model, you can just include the country-specific emission factors and then be able to estimate greenhouse gas emissions more precisely. So here is the description of how many emission factors were actually included in the model, to get the idea that the model, even being quite simple, is at the same time quite elaborated, since there were different emission factors provided for different land uses. So the main 3 land uses were included: forest land, grassland, and cropland. And then they were divided into drained organic soils or wet organic soils. And for example, for forest land, those emission factors were provided for main different tree species. Here I could mention that some of the emission factors were precisely developed during the life of OrgBalt, but some of the factors, especially in non-forest land, were developed during different scientific projects close to the life of OrgBalt. And here some other land uses. I also did not mention before wetlands, which were also included. So also for all these land uses, there were emission factors for drained organic soils and wet organic soils provided. And in the forest land case, you saw that quite several different tree species were included. And then for these different land uses, the emission factors are a little bit less, but it also covers at least some basic management practices or basic activities present in those land uses. And now about the outcomes from this calculation tool. So the main outcome is total greenhouse gas emissions or removals in different land use and different management practice applied in that land use, or for different tree species in forest land case. But it also provides a detailed description or the detailed values of the subtotals for the total greenhouse gas emissions. So it can provide carbon stock changes in living biomass, dead wood, harvested wood products, woody and non-woody litter. And then what was the most important for this project? Greenhouse gas emissions from soil due to drainage. Also, as Andis already presented, some greenhouse gas emission savings because of the biofuel usage were also calculated with the model, where they were present, where there's some woody biomass present. Here you can see again the description of climate change mitigation measures included in the model. So it means that with this calculation tool, you can calculate the effect of the climate change mitigation measure applied. So these are the same mitigation measures as were presented by Andis. I included here also the codes for the measures, since in the later slides I will provide some graphics with the codes presented. Maybe coming a little bit back, what I forgot to mention, that here you can see that carbon stock changes in different pools can be provided by the model. So I have to mention, and maybe a little bit to stress out, that greenhouse gas emissions from soil due to drainage does not include changes in the woody biomass of the of the sites, if there are any woody biomass in forest land, for example, or in cropland, if agroforestry measure is applied. So living biomass carbon stock changes are projected separately, but included in this model. So and this is the part where each country can update and elaborate as much as possible the part of the model, so to get the most reliable values on carbon stock changes in living biomass. As you already saw and will see in my next slides, that the largest effect actually comes from the living woody biomass in every land use. So here is the total results of the projection tool prepared for Latvia. So you probably already have seen some of those numbers in Andy's presentation. So here is just the kind of comparison of different climate change mitigation measures applied to see the broader picture, what gives the largest effect. Here I only included the codes for the climate change mitigation measures applied, but I can just mention that the largest peaks where you can see that the greenhouse gas emission savings or increase in removals occurs, where you can get more than 1,000 tons of CO2 equivalent saved during the 50 years of projections are related to the afforestation, one kind or another. So the biggest effect also comes from the carbon stock accumulation in the living biomass of the woody trees, either in forest land, in afforestation itself, or agroforestry applied, or even afforestation with organic soils. Here are the results from Lithuania. So you can see that the trend is similar, just the numbers are a little bit different. So the differences are related to the national input data included in the model. So I have included in the model some national data on tree stand development. So for the forest land, to those tree species which were available enough data from National Forest Inventory, the biomass tree stand biomass development and projections were updated from the national values available. And also the one thing I did not stress in the beginning of the presentation, that with this tool, you can also include these climate change projections, since at least the carbon dioxide emission factor is related to the temperature changes. So in the model, there were included temperature projections, which were extracted from the official European projection database. So the differences here are also related not only to the growing stock biomass changes, different changes in Lithuania compared to Latvia, but also to the a little bit difference in the climate projections and temperature projections in Lithuania compared to Latvia. Here are a little bit of more detailed results presented in my presentation as well. So you can see that in these two measures included, which includes afforestation actually of different soils, that the effect can go in kind of cycles. So you can get the biggest effect at one time point, and then, for example, if it's short rotation tree stands, you after the felling, when the rotation is over, you are not getting almost any effect, and then again when this short rotation forest stand starts to grow, you are again gaining some more carbon kept in stock of biomass. Here is again another example of how the greenhouse gas removals or emissions can fluctuate during the projected period. So in the very beginning, I showed you the final results in 50 years period, the cumulative effect of mitigation measure applied. And here you can see that during that 50 years period, you can also get some peaks of greenhouse gases reduction, and also some peaks of emissions occurring because of the felling of living biomass, if that is the case in particular climate change mitigation measure. Also, during this activity, we tried to compare and estimate what might be the difference in applying different emission factors available. For example, compare the current situation of emission factors used, which in case of Lithuania is 2006 IPCC guidelines and emission factors from there to estimate greenhouse gas emissions from drained organic soils. And what could happen if the newer methodology, this wetland supplement, which was already mentioned during the conference, is applied. And also if we could apply some previously, during some previous live projects, emission factors developed. So at least in case of Lithuania, the emissions would increase quite significantly, both during the historical period and the projections until 2050. And the difference may range from more than 3 to more than 10 million tons of CO2 equivalent per year. So it is quite a big difference, since currently Lithuanian emissions from drained organic soils, including wetlands and peat extraction, are only 2.5 million tons of CO2. And in Estonia, also there would be some differences if different emission factors would be applied, since Estonia also mostly uses 2006 IPCC guidelines emission factors, or at least was using at the time when we did this comparison. The differences would be a little bit lower compared to Lithuania, but still more than 5 million tons of CO2 equivalent could be generated just in different emission factors applied. And then for Lithuanian case, I tried to do a very brief or very not detailed calculation of how differently the emissions from drained organic soils in forest land, cropland, and grassland would look like if different emission factors applied from various already implemented projects, and also those two default factors from IPCC guidelines in 2006 and 2013. So Life Peat Restore did not provide, or at least I couldn't find emission factors for different land uses only for forest land, but two of the Life projects already implemented provided emission factors for all three land uses. And you can see that both Life projects already provide lower emission factors compared to 2013 wetland supplement, but higher compared to 2006 guidelines. So it's kind of in the middle between of the different set of guidelines prepared. Here are the total greenhouse gas emissions from drained organic soils and those land uses annually. And also this is kind of recalculation of historical period of total LULUCF sector greenhouse gas emissions and removals in Lithuania if different sets of emission factors would be applied. So this fluctuation happens not because of the emission factors applied, obviously, because the areas of drained organic soils are quite stable in Lithuania. There are, of course, some changes in land uses, but the total area of drained organic soils are not changing that much during this historical period. So the fluctuations actually in total LULUCF greenhouse gas emissions or removals happens because of the emission factors applied, and this range of different emission factor sets applied is, if I calculated correctly, more than 5 million tons of CO2 equivalent annually. Since the largest removals of LULUCF sector in Lithuania were around 2011, where we had around 10 million tons of CO2 equivalent removed by the whole sector, so combined both removals and emissions. So if the largest emission factors applied, this removals could be lower by 2 times actually. So the impact of the emission factors is really big, and here you can see that again those new emission factors developed by OrgBalt for Lithuania. So they are just the preliminary ones, not yet set or applied in the national inventory report. But again, those emission factors fall somewhere in the middle of the whole range of emission factors available, or not all available were included here in the analysis, but at least somewhere in the middle of those emission factors which were already included in the analysis. So thank you very much for your attention, and I would be happy to answer to any questions if I'm able to.
Yeah, that was a good addition about the ability to answer the question. For example, the first one could be quite specific about Lithuanian legislation. You see the question: does it support afforestation, and is it legally complicated?
Yeah, Lithuanian legislation supports afforestation, but there might be some limitations regarding the soil fertility value, for example, the drainage systems existing or not, because afforestation may somehow have a negative impact on the drainage systems. And as Andis already also showed you that this effect of drainage system not working anymore can be seen also on the surrounding sites, not only in that particular one which is tried to be affected.
Okay. About the projections, were they more or less confirmed if related to previous assumptions? Or your studies in this field draw some new conclusions?
Something completely new was not calculated. I would say the projections are quite similar, but it depends again on the emission factor applied. So the areas are one thing important in projections, and then again, if emission factors are different in the differences are 2 times or more, then of course the projections also may be different 2 times or more.
Right. Next one. Would you suggest to follow OrgBalt or other? What is EF?
Emission factors.
Emission factors. So.
I would say that at least these factors developed by the OrgBalt is at least a first point to see the real situation, what might be in our countries. Of course, they could be improved and would likely probably be improved in the future, but it could be a first step to apply more relevant emission factors compared to the IPCC guidelines, which covers the very broad areas of organic soils. This is my opinion.
Okay. Do you want to take another one? Because we need to move on. One more? What do you think?
Okay.
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Last one.
The last one. Okay. Well, you choose.
Okay, I can try to answer to the last one.
Okay.
In the slide.
Yes.
About the forestation measures. Yes, the projections also shows that the fastest impact and the largest impact is seen in the living biomass carbon accumulation. In soils, there might be some accumulation or at least a reduction of emissions, but in biomass, we could see it much faster and then much larger compared to the soils.
Did you like that, choosing question thing?
Yeah.
Is it like a good practice to do?
I would suggest that.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker focuses in his presentation on emission reduction measures and their socio-economic implications. Alexis Nippers is the next speaker, moving towards the stage. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. Everything works. Yep, nice. So, yeah, my today's presentation is as part of this project. We evaluated what is the impact of different measures on from socioeconomic perspective. And today I am presenting, but we are a team of researchers which work with this task. So let's start with the topics that actually how we use our land. It's quite diverse, and it looks diverse from the perspective of how it's landscape. It very different what we are growing on this land. It's very different what is type of soil. So there are very much differences between. And if you look at the landscape, you can see there are forests, there is arable land, there is grassland, there is abundant land, but how much we are as landowners and we as a society are getting from different type of land and land uses. So that's the question actually which we should answer if we want to answer the whole topic of our research. And the difference could be quite significant because from forest perspective, forest is accumulating carbon. From arable land, you can get more profit and there is employment over there. From abundant land perspective, it's again maybe a little bit better from the perspective of greenhouse gas emissions, but there is no much economic benefit. So there are quite significant differences, and difference also if you are looking at arable land, it depends what you are growing on this land. If you are growing just cereals, then that's one situation. If you are growing vegetables, that's totally different situation from socioeconomic perspective. So our tool is a tool which is data driven and it is created for policy planning and decision making perspective and for decision making. And it allows to calculate the impact of different measures on regional and national level. I will explain in the next slides what does it mean, but the overall idea is to look at land and different measures, not only from this perspective how much we are reducing greenhouse gas emissions or how much we're sequestrating carbon, but also what are socioeconomic implications. Are there some associated impact on profitability, and are there any impact on employment? And for this task, our tool is also created. What we did is we can split in 5 steps. First, we gathered a lot of information, data, how agriculture and forest land is used in the Baltic region. After that, we collected data for organic soils. We generated some working files to see where we can implement measures which are already presented in the first 2 presentations. And after that, we made the calculations to see what is the impact. So to visualize what we have done, it's, for instance, here we mapped everything for the 3 Baltic countries, where is agricultural land located, very specifically, parcel by parcel. We mapped forest land, where it is located. So we have information about productive land use. After that, we also got the information about organic soil, where is geographical organic soil located. But from this, we also excluded areas which are protected areas from biodiversity perspective, because that's assumption that we can't implement measures on land on which there are restrictions that you can change land use for those specific parcels. So after that, with a simple math, we gathered information. We made a sum of agriculture and forest land and made an overlap with organic soil excluding protected areas. So we got a layer of information on which we can implement, theoretically, we can implement all the measures which are already presented in the first two presentations of this session. So, but here is different type of land. There is forest, here is agricultural land, there are grassland here, there are cereal productions, for vegetable production, so there is quite diverse. And for this reason, we also calculated per each parcel as a baseline scenario what we are getting from each specific parcel. And that is three perspectives. That is profit, how much profit we are getting currently per each parcel. That's how much employment we are creating at each parcel, and how much emissions on sequestration are happening per each parcel. For greenhouse gas emissions, profit and employment, we used calculations before implementation of the measure, after implementation of the measure, or difference. So for greenhouse gas emissions, we just took information which were prepared in the other work packages and already presented here. And there's a difference between before implementation of a specific measure and after. But we also calculated some algorithms to calculate what is profitability before and after implementation of each measure. And the results are calculated for 2 time points, that is for 2030 and for 2050. As an example here, it is like if we look at employment creation before, and for agricultural land, we have specific number of hours, how much hours it is needed to different agricultural activities. For instance, if it is for potatoes and for medium-sized farm, it is 165 hours per hectare. If it is small farm for grain production, it is typically 24 hours per hectare, and etc. So we pre-calculated some specific indicators. It's a little bit more complicated for profitability, but that's kind of information we had for calculations. It is a little bit more complicated for forestry, because for agriculture, its production cycle is typically short. In many cases, it is just for 1 year, but for forestry, it is quite long period. And it should be noted here that we are calculating, when we are calculating for 2030 and 2050, so we are calculating what's happening in that specific year. And when we are calculating for 2030, there are some parcels for which we calculated seeding, planting, tending, and for 2050, that's typically for some parcels for pre-commercial thinning, and harvesting was not actually included for afforestation measures, for instance. So the results looks like it is here. So the first scenario is conversion of cropland to grassland. So we mapped everything which could be on which land it could be implemented, this specific measure. And here is descriptions. There is criteria how we selected. So we select organic soil, arable land without perennial plantations. That's maximum possible area on which we can implement this measure. And after implementation of this measure, this will be just a grassland. So the area is maximum of the possible area. And here we can see also a small graph, how it is distributed, how much it is in total in Estonia, in Latvia, and Lithuania. And the same kind of exercises we also made for other scenarios. For instance, here is a forestation scenario. and the same. We have a description, what is done, area selection before and after implementation of the measure. So in this case, organic grassland, perennial grassland, arable land without perennial plantations are becoming forest land dispersed. So how it looks. And this kind of exercises are done for almost each measure. And you can see that visually also that differs country by country and measure by measure. I will not go through each of them, but here is a kind of summary what we can get. Here also the list of all the measures, and for each measure we can see the impact and split of the impact between 3 countries. And we can see that the largest impact, and here is greenhouse gas emissions, so negative impact is a positive thing. We can see that 3 scenarios, 3 measures have significantly higher impact, and that's afforestation, conventional afforestation, that is forest polyculture, and agroforestry. And we can see also that in Lithuania, the overall impact is higher than, for instance, in comparison to Estonia. And we can also see that due to the area on which we can implement all the measures, some of the measures have quite insignificant impact. So we should take into consideration. And after that, we also calculated on profitability, and you see the picture is totally different. Some measures we have positive impact on profitability, so landowner, land user can get more money by implementing these measures. For some measures, there will be negative profit. That means they are going to lose some money. And the picture you can see here. I will not go very much into details, but you can see that our overall conclusion is that agroforestry has the most positive impact, and introduction of forest polyculture is with negative impact. That means that if you want to implement them, it should be quite substantial kind of support for public support. Impact on employment is the third and the last thing we also calculated, and we can see again that there are a couple of measures with quite significant negative impact on employment. Employment is calculated in full-time equivalents here, and afforestation and forest polyculture has the biggest impact, and is typically associated that agriculture in general has higher labor input necessity to produce something in comparison with forest, which is not so labor intensive, especially taking into account that we are calculating for 2030, 2050, so the final harvesting is typically not included in this lifetime. So all the things take into account that there are many different scenarios, and for couple of time periods are also included in simulation tool, when you can interactively also select and see the result, and it's changing. Green is positive, red is negative, and it's available on the homepage. I think it will be included in our OrgBalt homepage, so everybody will be able to click and to see what are the results. Thank you.
All right. This is one of the presentations where the end comes suddenly. Wasn't it so? I mean, but it's good. It's good. Do we have Slido questions? Can we see them? Yes. So not that many, so no choosing, just addressing all of them. Okay, with you? So what were the most challenging aspects to be included in this evaluation of the impact of these different measures?
What are the most challenging
aspects to be included in this evaluation?
The most challenging, definitely, it is like we have to calculate something in general, but at the same time, per each land per each land parcel, the situation is quite different. So where it is located, who is managing that? So there's quite a big diversity of how profitable is land use, but so we have to generalize and at some point to put some average figures with some assumptions. So that's the most, I guess, the most challenging thing. And another challenging thing to gather all geographical information which is needed for the model.
All right. Kaido is asking about conventional afforestation, which is spruce. Could it be possible that by 2050, those trees won't survive due to climate change? For example, bark beetles attacks.
Again, I guess forest experts which included these measures, first of all, will be better situated to answer this question, but I think that there are some risks, definitely. Is the climate risk the biggest risk? But yeah, it should be also considered during when we are preparing some recommendations. There are some risks and some probabilities that it will not happening this way, and some area will be on some area will not achieve the expected results.
Kaido, what do you think? I mean, about your question?
Well, I'm afraid that it won't last that long.
Yeah. So yeah, Kaido is saying that they might not last that long. I mean, that question kind of contained the answer, I believe. Okay, good. Just guessing. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's easy to guess such far away future because nobody would actually remember your projection. I mean, it's quite convenient. All right, next. Is the impact for 2050 for all scenarios and all countries calculated taking into account whole potential area for measure to be implemented? I didn't get it as well.
Nope.
Let's skip it. Were all protected areas excluded from the calculation regardless the protection level? For example, from strict protection to virtually none?
No, there are different levels of protection, definitely, and what we included is that we cannot change land use. So we can't convert one type of land to another type of land. That's included in the protection area. So it's gathered very specifically, this information per each parcel, and that's what included. In real situations, it will be changing, some areas changing year by year, but I think that overall picture is captured by this.
It's always full screen of questions. Where do you get them from? I mean, we can't cover all of them.
I guess Kaido is, I think.
Kaido is the one. All right, so the last one, most popular, is the simulation model to be peer-reviewed and published in a journal?
Definitely it should, and it will, yeah.
When?
I take into account that there are typically up to 1 year revision and reviewing, so it could be
a year from now.
Yeah,
about. You know, plus minus 3 years. I mean, we'll see how it goes.
General error.
All right. Thank you, Alexei, so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Now this is fun. I love it. I love it. It's rarely the case that we have more questions to address than we have time to cover them. I mean, thank you for that. Thanks for all the activity. And if you want your question to be ranked up in our ranking system, just make sure your neighbors sitting, you know, in the room, just they vote for your question. And it works like that. It's democracy. I've heard about it. I mean, okay, good. So next up, panel session. Where are you going? Are you already in the panel, maybe? Because okay. Well, okay. Yes, at least you are in the room. That's good. Okay. Let's have all the panelists. Let's have all the panelists here on the stage. Kristīna Sirma, already here, Ministry of Agriculture in Latvia. Johanna Van Hatalo from the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry of Finland. Hello. Kristiina Simonaitė, Ministry of Agriculture in Lithuania. And to have gender balance, okay, Arnis Mužnieks, Latvian Forest Owners Association. Martin Strons, Farmers Parliament. It's really a name. I mean, it's amazing. They have Zemnieku Saima, Farmers Parliament. It's a strong name, and they claim they're very strong in their impact on policy makers. All right, so this is the panel. I have several questions to the panelists, but as usually, we encourage also you to participate with your questions in Slido. If you have them, you can specifically address to one of the panelists or ask more generally. I would probably take this podium just to make it more convenient. All right, so let's start with the representatives from ministries in Latvia, Finland, and Lithuania. And the question to all of you ladies is very simple. Well, relatively simple. Well, what's so funny? Two ladies? What? Yeah, okay. That's a sexist comment here. I mean, I bet we do tolerate those here in this because what happens in this room stays in this room, right? It's not recorded, I believe. Okay. So yes. How do you see the 2030 target for the LULUCF sector and the possibility to reach it? So quite a start. So let's start with Latvia as a host country. Kristiina,
yes.
Could you comment on this, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the question. At least this is somehow I will probably handle quite an easy one. So, I would say in general, it's not easy because I would say we are a bit struggling with our national targets to 2030 because there's so many. So there's still we don't have a lot of information. We measure and we have some of the measures what we could apply for our sectors, but still for this moment, I would say that it is very, very difficult. And even if we see that we might achieve this target till 2030 in the LULUCF sector, it's still very fragile. And I'm not really sure that I can be very positive in this moment because so on the paper we're achieving, but then let's go to reality and how then we will apply all those measures, because 2030 it's tomorrow. It's really we have just, I would say, just 5 years to go, and it is complicated. It's really difficult. That maybe would be from my side what I could reflect on this first question.
All right. So you need more time? Is that the thing you're saying?
Yeah, sure. Need.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Johanna, what about the Finnish situation?
Okay, thank you. I think our impression is pretty much the same as Latvian colleague just mentioned. Nationally, we often talk about so-called moving target because moving target, yeah,
nice,
yeah, because there are so many uncertainties in the LULUCF sector. But I'm not sure if you're aware, but our national situation or the situational picture of LULUCF sector has changed pretty dramatically in the recent years. And the main reason is that we have done some methodological changes to our greenhouse gas inventory, but then we have also figured that there has been a slight decline in the forest growth in Finland, and also some changes in the forest harvesting levels. And this all has caused that our used to be bigger sinks are actually now a source of emissions. So our whole LULUCF sector has been a source of emissions in 3 years. Now the newest data revealed that it might be a net sink again, just a small one. But I think this whole picture is pretty new to us, since our national climate neutrality target is based on our very big sinks that we don't have anymore. So we're kind of in a new phase in our climate policy. And we have now just made some preliminary assessment of our LULUCF budget for years 2026 to 29, and the numbers that we received are very big. So it's going to be very challenging. And the same thing that just Latvian colleagues said, that the 2030 target might be reachable when we look at our new scenarios, but still very challenging. And of course, we are aiming for the target, but it will require extra effort.
Yeah, because it's a moving target.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll bring this home. I mean, in my life, moving targets. It just sounds so good. Okay, Christina, what about Lithuanians?
Well, I can only agree with what the colleagues have said already.
You don't have to agree.
But I want to, yeah.
Okay, that's
because I think, yeah, the situations are quite similar. We are, on the one hand, we are doing better since we haven't crossed that threshold into the source. Our LULUCF sector has consistently been a sink. But at the same time, the moving target part, right? So it's becoming much more unreliable in a way because of the climate change and various other possibility of extreme events, and so it just becomes much harder to make accurate prognosis about what's going to happen in 10 years or 20 years. And I think we are currently in the process, as our other countries obviously are also in the process of updating our NSCP, national energy climate plans, and in the plan there, based on the European regulations and the targets outlined there, I think as far as I know, we are quite a bit short on reaching the target. So I think the colleagues are working now, to work out how can we actually manage that to do. And I think we talked a lot about organic soils today, and I think that's one of the areas that we are still somewhat lacking in including them as not just as a source, as it often is now in the LULUCF graphs, but also as a sink. So we talked a lot about today revetting and all those measures. They are not really considered at the moment as much. So I think that we are still have this potential to reach the targets if we include everything.
Okay. All right, let's now involve our gentlemen in this panel as well. I have some scripted questions here, but perhaps you could start with some opening statement, Arne. What about in today's conversation's context?
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me to the session, because I'm not a scientist and I can only tell
two of us,
about my experience as a forest owner, as a chairman of Forest Owners Association. Therefore, please don't ask me questions concerning methanogenesis. So please. Of course, also all political developments concerning climate change targets also influences everyday's life of forest owners. But we are in quite good situation, because I can say that forestry always used scientific data, and we have quite well developed forest science in Latvia. And thanks to our scientists, and we trust our scientists, I think in the next months and or year we will choose the best way how to reach also these targets.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Martin?
Thank you for inviting. I'm also not a scientist, I'm in farming, but we are always ready to make some discussions with the scientists and as the policymakers, so that could be very interesting. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm looking at Slido, and I love this one. It's of course a very broad one, but that's addressed to all of our panelists. So what do you think is the best strategy to balance CO2 and biodiversity considerations with landowner economic interests? Who wants to start? Yes, Christine.
I will go. I work for the ministry for several, I think, decades already, we may say. And of course, this is very, very important that we have to balance all the three pillars what we have in under the sustainability. So we have to somehow really to find this middle way where we calculate the profit for the farmer, for the forester. We also need to calculate the social aspect, all the what people, so the rural area, how to keep the rural areas alive, how to improve the labor force, also how to receive the decent salaries, etc. But at the same time, we have to also protect our environment. We have to fulfill different goals, and when we are talking about just a climate policy, we are forgetting the nature restoration, we're forgetting maybe the biodiversity, we're forgetting some other aspects, or even some policies regarding resource efficiency or renewable energy, and everything. It needs to be somehow put together. The puzzle is probably very big, and we have to find those pieces and really put together, because it is very, very crucial for whole countries, because this regards our GDP, it regards our economic, it depends also for other necessary needs what we have and what we need to have in our country. So I think this is needs to be taken into consideration. It's not easy. It is quite challenging and hard. But I think that when we come together, policymakers, scientists, farmers, foresters, then through some maybe tough discussions, maybe really taking also maybe taking more broader looking on the whole ecosystem, we can then go and really to solve some very, very hard problems and really find the solutions. But this is, it's not easy task.
Do you want to go? Yeah, so I just wanted to bring into a discussion the concept of ecosystem services. I think maybe, I don't know, hopefully everyone here knows what it is, but in very short, it's a concept of the benefits and the values that the nature provides to us as a society for human well-being. And I think to add on to what Christine said, that some farmers, some landowners, they are already very much aware of these values, right, from of nature-friendly farming and measures that they take. So, but on the broader scale of the society of farmers and foresters, that is something that we still need to talk about and show them that really why it is important. And so the ecosystem services concept, it also often involves the valuation of these values also in monetary terms. And I think I'm not a big fan of valuating nature in money, but sometimes it does help talk to say that, like, if you do this, then this is the benefit that you get for your farming operations. And I think at this point, we really need all the tools that we can employ. So that might be also one of the things to talk more about.
Anybody else want to comment?
Yes. Of course, all we want to reach climate goals if they are acceptable for us, and we like biodiversity. But sometimes it lies only on landowners' shoulders. Therefore, we need reach agreement in our society that we need to compensate if there will be losses for landowners. Yeah, maybe we can introduce some ecosystem payments for forest owners. Voluntary carbon markets developing, maybe this will be somehow helps with
so
this.
Financial,
therefore, there are several sources.
Financial incentives, is that what you talk about? Arni, by the way, regarding growing forests on these drained organic soils, do you see any risks as you come from this field and your peers have experience in growing forests? Because on paper it sounds doable, but then again, how it is in actual life?
Well, it will be more easy for me to talk about risks that will occur if I got home very late after some glasses of wine. But okay, I try to answer. I think it's not easy to talk about risks without knowing which of climate change scenarios will come true in the future. But today, most of the risks are similar in when growing forests on mineral soils or growing on peat soils. These are mainly climate extremes, icy rains, storms, also game damages. Perhaps specific in the case of spruce growing on drained peat soils, since observations show that the growth potential of spruce starts to decline rapidly after about 40 years. But we can mitigate the risks, firstly by choosing the right planting material, and then by early thinnings, so that the trees don't get stressed, and by gaining individual resistance to the wind. We also need to think about the length of for growing trees growing, because the reducing life cycle also reduces likelihood of risks. Yes, this is especially true when we are talking about spruce. We already mentioned problems with bark beetle, and from our observations, the rotation period could be from 50 or 40 years, from 40 to 50 years, rather than 80 years.
All right. Martin, I have a question for you about evaluation of CO2 footprint on agricultural products. So what do you think? Should organic soil emissions be included in that calculation?
Society are always open for such questions, but in the same time, when part of society are in markets, they prefer cheapest products. And that could be a short answer for your question, actually. When we speak about Latvian market, that's really small market. If you speak about the Baltic states market, it's very small market. I think it's more like a marketing activity when some food producers say that their footprint are zero or something like that, because I can't say that it's in such way. So it's a more marketing activity.
Yeah. So your answer is if that would be included, that would make those products less appealing in terms of
products.
price.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yes, but still, we do export a lot of our agricultural products from Latvia to EU and
to EU or to third countries, and yes. I haven't heard that some buyers would be interested in that footprint or CO2 print, and they are ready. I haven't heard that they are ready to pay more for that products which are produced with zero carbon or something like that.
Yeah, fair enough. Yep. All right, can we have Slido questions on screen? I'd like you guys to be participating in ranking them. Some have done already. We have more popular questions and less popular questions, but totally there are quite many. So, yeah. Shall we take the first one, the top one? So how can we avoid to take the short-sighted measures like afforestation just to reach targets now, which might be harmful in mid and long term? It's almost like a Hamlet question here. Who wants to take that?
Maybe
Me not.
I
Yes.
would go. So shoot me then. So I would say that we made a calculation together with our colleague, our forest scientist, and we have several different scenarios. And afforestation is just one scenario what we consider, and there's a lot of other scenarios. We are forestry, big country, so half of our territory is forestry, and of course we have a very strong industry, and we have to think also on the future how we may strengthen our forestry industry. So, and I would say that I'm not saying that when we include the measures regarding afforestation for 2030 target, the impact will be only on maybe on 2010 or 2000. So it is long term. We always need to take into consideration that if we would like to apply, if we put in a scenario something regarding the forestry, then it's long term, because there won't be a big impact on target till 2030. But we have to analyze and really to consider and take really smart steps. But if we are making those steps, we need to be sure that those measures will be long-term. And of course, then all the policy and all the support and all the society must agree on that this is long-term goal. Thank you.
Any more comments for this question? Christina, yes, I see. You want to say something. It's obvious.
Yes. Yeah, because today we really talked a lot, or a lot of presentations touched on the afforestation aspect, as well as there were a lot of comments on Slido saying, is it really a smart thing to do? So because we differ from Latvia in that way, that we are really not thinking about afforestation of organic soils at all, like that's not included in our NCP, it's not part of our portfolio of measures that we are gonna do. We are betting more on the revetting, right? Revetting organic soils in agriculture, as well as at some point in the forestry sector as well. So the question is very timely and it's very important because, 50 years ago, we were still draining these soils extensively, and that was the policy, and everyone agreed that that's a good idea. So, and at that point, no one really thought that, something bad might happen because of that. So, today here, we are also, making decisions based on the science that we have today. And some things might change, some things might, become apparent later differently. So maybe something that we need to think about is diversifying, and we are talking a lot about different measures. So maybe that could be a way forward, that not putting all of our eggs in one basket, that we are talking, that's why we, in our NSCP, for example, we are talking about a wide variety of measures, both in the forestry sector and in the agriculture sector, land use sector, so that we could, try different practices and see what works. And then maybe in the shorter term or midterm to really, go for it for a long term as well. So maybe that's my suggestion.
Okay. Just to balance, probably Johanna could also comment.
Yeah, our situation is close to Lithuanian one. We actually had a fixed term finance for afforestation, which just ended, so it's not politically that interesting in Finland at the moment. Revetting peatlands is also the focus that, or actually it's called a low-hanging fruit in Finnish. So in our case, the question is more about revetting, not that much about afforestation.
Okay, thank you. Next up, one of the most popular questions goes to forest owners and farmers parliament. So how the landowners look at the climate change mitigation techniques? Again, very general question, but you could narrow it down.
I can start. Of course, we are ready to take activities in that, but at the same time, we must understand that there must be some kind of extra programs which can help us to do that.
Like
some financial subsidy or something like that. We have a discussion in Latvia about those questions, and that's hard question because it depends on money. And actually, in our CAP funds for agriculture and rural development, there's actually no special programs, and there's actually no special finance or extra free money for such programs till 2027. Of course, we can always have a discussion about finance of our government budget, but there's always a problem with government budget. There's no extra money. There's always a minus in the budget, Yeah, we have some extra eco schemes for minimal tillage and precision farming that reduce emissions, but that's not enough, of course. We have some extra carbon schemes in Latvia, but that's not a system. And there's 1.5 or 2 companies in Latvia which have such programs, but I haven't heard that farmers are satisfied with that programs, and then they are happy to use that programs. Actually, answer is that a lot of things depends from money and some subsidy for that or such activities.
Yeah. Yes, of course, forest owners, landowners are already performing some measures. For example, afforestation. We're using money from Common Agriculture Policy funding, but also there are some problems, and I think, and it's pity that we don't have land use policy in Latvia, because sometimes we are discussing very hard with our farmers organizations concerning land use, and we need to decide what to do to keep for agriculture or to plant new forest. But I agree that it's a question concerning financial issue, concern support, because imagine ordinary farmer or landowner in the countryside, you need to put more than 1,000 euros or more to establish new forest stand, and usually people don't have such money, free money in pocket. So definitely there will be we need some support to implement this.
Maybe just I would add, of course, money it's or asset is absolutely necessary to implement some of the measures. But I think most important thing is that if we propose some measures, if we work on some policy development, the most important thing is that we all understand, policymakers, farmers, researchers, so that we really understand what we are going to implement. What will be the practice? Because sometimes farmers think something another, researchers something another, and then stupid policymakers something different. and that's why I think this common understanding it is, and as well I think this is the acceptance from the society and also from the foresters, and I think we have to also take into account that the extension services they also need to take the part in this consultation, and if we really want to go and reach those targets and goals, climate or environmental, then this is teamwork, and only farmers or foresters, they will not be. We can't let them play in solo in this game. This is quite a complicated game, and that's why we have to, maybe this 2030 targets that we have to reach all countries suffering with the goals. And I know that it is very ambitious, even at the EU level. LULUCF target is very, very ambitious. Even to this morning, we heard that we are quite far away from the EU target, and the projections not showing that we are reaching to this direction where we set the EU goal for the LULUCF. But so yeah, this is something where we have to work all together, and only then, of course, comes money, because then we know really where to put our efforts and where to put our assets. Thank you.
Okay, I think we can move to the next question. You see the ranking. If you're not happy with it, make sure you like, subscribe to our channel. Yes, something like that. Yeah, you do it as well. Yeah, no problem. Nowadays, panelists also use smartphones. That's tolerated. Okay, next up. So what do you think about carbon credit market? Is that a tool to actually reduce emissions and eventually reach climate neutrality? Sure.
Okay. Well, when talking about the carbon markets, I usually start by saying that emissions reduction should be our primary focus, right? Because there are low-hanging fruits here that we haven't used up all. But talking about the markets, they obviously are becoming a big conversation. We can't really ignore that, and so we are, as a ministry, also focusing on this topic, and I would say looking forward to when the regulation is passed and when we start working on actually implementing it. But coming back to what was also said about the different measures and that the farmers or the foresters have to do, to meet the climate goals, or could do. I think something else that is important to include in these discussions is that maybe we shouldn't focus so much on climate only or on carbon, right? Because there are other things that are beneficial, like we talked about biodiversity, but those measures are also very much beneficial to the, for the farmers, for example, for their soil quality, soil health, improved harvests. So maybe that's something that could also be a focus here. And the regulation that is upcoming, the carbon sequestration certification regulation, also puts an emphasis on the co-benefits. So it's not just the carbon that is the conversation, but also the other things that are important.
All right. I think Johanna wanted to add something. Is that true?
Yeah, I was just going to give an example about carbon markets, because our ministry just funded a project for the Natural Resources Institute of Luke, and they are piloting a competitive tendering for revetting peatlands. So actually that landowners could take part in that pilot, and the plot that will be revetted, and the owner will receive money from that. So I think that's one of the options that could be taken into account, but also realizing that carbon markets won't solve the problem, but they can be a part of it.
Okay. Any more comments, Martin?
No, just want to congratulate Finland. Because we are also using Finland as an example when we are talking about voluntary nature protection system, about Metsä system. It's totally different when state comes to your forest and says your silviculture activities will be prohibited, rather than situation when state asking forest owners to submit proposals for protected areas, and it's an agreement between state and the forest owners, and it works. You're reaching goals better. Thank you.
Martin?
Yeah, one short comment. From one hand, we could be happy to take a part in this carbon market. But from another hand, we are a little bit worried that if this market will be open in Europe, then some big, I don't know, Western companies, as Mercedes and Volkswagen, can go to Latvia, buy some lands, forests, and take a part in this carbon market. And in that case, we will lose our land, forests, and some economical development.
So some protectionism should be involved in the game.
Yep.
Interesting turn here. All right. So many questions, but the most popular currently is this one. So it's about the harmonization of environmental calculations in the EU level, or should we be happy with general procedures so not to compare results between countries? Yes, Christina.
Maybe I will go. So it seems that questions becomes more harder and harder. And
Yeah, that's what we do here. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. So I have one example. So now we're working on the soil health directive. And this is the second round for this directive, because the first one ends in 2006, probably, because at the Commission level, this was idea there at that time that it must be harmonized and all the member states has to monitor the soil health and by same maybe methodology, same monitoring system, and somehow this directive just a collapse. Now, for this, in the second phase, I would say that together with a scientist, together with a member state, we're analyzing, and we today it is really important to monitor, to see what's happening in our soil, because this agriculture soil, forestry soil, this is the way how we can be more resilient to the climate change and also more resilient to adapt to the climate change. And I would say that we have to sit together, all the member state scientists, we have to analyze what we have, what databases we have, what monitoring systems we have. Maybe at this stage we need to have some guidelines, some suggestions, maybe how we could go more to this harmonized to the more harmonized approach. Of course, member states differs. We have maybe different laboratory ISO standards. There's some difference might be, but of course, if we put together the aggregated data, then of course we have to analyze. We have to see what's happening in member state and also between the member states, among member states, and more in the regional. I would not go really directly for harmonized legislation, but if we want to be regarding environment, there is no borders between the countries. This is water, this is soil, this is air, and we have to really work to cross border because the pollution is transboundary, and that's why some main framework it must be developed. And I think in case of soil monitoring directive is in a good approach and good example. So, but not really, I will not go, today I will not go for something very, very strong and harmonized and even written in regulation. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, any additions? If not, we move on. So next question by Andis. So this goes to Finnish and Lithuanian colleagues, narrows down a bit. So okay, so how would you describe revetting of parcel of arable land in technical terms? What should be done and what is a good result?
Here comes a situation when I can say that I'm not a scientist, I'm just a civil servant, but in our national climate plan for the land use sector, we have 5 different measures. Policy measures for revetting peatlands, considering the water table level and considering what plants or what you put there. But I think that is the core of the problem that we have right now at the national level, that we have the revetting is possible also in our CAP strategic plan, but it turns out not to be that attractive option for farmers at the moment. So maybe that is the question that we don't even know the answer for ourselves.
Christina?
Yeah, I think we're kind of in the same boat as well, because we do have a revetting measure that we are financing, not from the SAP, but from the RRF, the Recovery Resilience Facility, and it's actually launching next week, finally. So then, you know, if you ask me in half a year, I'll be able to tell you more, like how exactly it looks in practice. But I think we are quite excited to actually try to implement it and see how it goes, to go through the whole kind of procedure from the first step. You know, when the farmer comes to the a national paying agency with their application and says, look, I have this parcel of land, you know, X hectares, and I know that is organic soils, you know, according to the definition, and it's on the maps, and this is what I want to do. And then they will go to the municipality. Municipality will issue the technical requirements, and then the whole process, you know, will start going through the works, and then, you know, finally we'll have this land that is, you know, has a water level raised. But of course, it's a long process. I mean, we will be able to check, you know, for us that yes, this is how many hectares we can add to our target. But at the same time, I mean, the monitoring, the recovery of the peatland there, it's going to take a very long time. So you know, we will not know if the project was successful in this like big terms for a long time. So, but you know, I would say that we have to start somewhere. It's just, you know, we have to start this, and then I guess we'll learn as we go. Another, like, just a final thing to add, I think our legislative system is really much geared towards draining the land still to this day. So while we were preparing this measure, we struggled a lot, like how to fit it within our legislative system, not like changing it majorly. Because you know, at every turn we would you know, face like the wall, someone saying to us that this is not possible, just because, you know, it will take forever to get this land not necessarily like actually revetted, but legally to make it legal. So yeah, so that's
Okay.
what's happening.
As we are finishing soon, in a few minutes, this discussion, maybe we could have each one of us a final say, like a conclusion, or maybe some, I don't know, future steps that lie ahead. I mean, depends on how you see it. Martin, let's start with you.
I would answer to one of those
All right,
questions.
that's your choice.
Will be my answer and the conclusion. There was a question about Australian red meat industry. That was a very good question. I'm of course not a scientist. I'm a farmer, but of course it's a little bit different between Latvia and Australia. I think that in such countries as in Australia, with a different climate, with a situation where animals, cows, all time are outside in farmland, in grasslands, they can have this possibility till 2030 get the zero emission meat. In Latvia, it's a little bit different. I have heard from our Finnish colleagues that Cooperative Valio are ready till 2030 make this zero emission milk. I'm not sure that we can do something like that in Latvia, but on paper we can do a lot of things. You know, in real life it's a little bit different. But we will try. We will try as a farmers to do more for society, for world, for our planet, to make
right.
less
And you can
emissions.
always use the moving target.
Yeah. That's also
yeah. It always works. Yeah. Okay, who wants to be next with the final say? Johanna, maybe you.
Okay, thank you. Well, to conclude, I saw that there was a question of something about the ministries, and do we think that we can actually move to another planet or something like that? So,
yeah, there was one. Yeah.
Yeah. I just wanted to tell that I personally don't think that we should move to another planet, but I think that we actually have a fairly good knowledge about climate sustainable use of peatlands and agricultural land and forest lands. We, but also forest owners, landowners as a whole. I think the question is about how to make incentives, how to make some financial incentives for farmers and forest owners so they can actually upscale the measures. So I think that's the main question that we from the administrative side need to focus on.
Okay. Arnis?
Yeah, maybe some philosophical conclusion. We are, from my feeling, we are getting more and more divided as a society. Lot of strong statements. I also read there's some question or statements that we don't trust to Latvian scientists. Maybe you don't trust because it's the data not with your opinion. But I think we need to reach agreement. I think we need to reach agreement, and we need to involve all stakeholders to reach all goals. Only together we can reach all goals. So thank you.
Okay, Christine? Well, as you heard, you choose.
You will finish. Yeah, so I think the incentives and communication, I think these are the keywords probably. But I would also like to suggest maybe that we should also be thinking maybe moving towards something called restoration economy, right? So that it should not be just one-off projects that we are talking about. We do need scale up, whatever measures we are talking here, and I think we should be considering that part of our economy as well. So we need to think about educating people, on how to work with peatlands, how to work with drainage systems, and because well, I heard that no one in Lithuania wants to come and work, do these jobs anymore. So we need to probably transform this conversation in a way, that the young people would be interested and say, oh, if I'm doing this work, I'm helping the environment and the future. So yeah, that's my plea for the future.
Thank you. And Christine?
Yeah, probably I will not repeat what was already previous speakers said, but so there's a lot of hot topics, a lot of questions, and I would say that most of them we can answer, I would say, learning by doing, because some of them we just don't know the answers yet. And only together, only asking to each other bold questions, to really push, to start think maybe out of box, out of money, but really think the visualize the broader future, and then you start decide, okay, I have to do this, or let's put some assets here, or what we can do till 2030, 2040, 2050, because it's already, we saw on the table the already new proposal for target 2040, and what will be the next targets for LULUCF, or maybe it will be the AFLU sector, where agriculture and forestry and land sector will be combined in one sector. We don't know. We don't know nothing about the polluters pay principle. We don't know about carbon removal certification system. It's still experts working on that. So there's a lot of unknown questions, and let's see this. We have to then sit together and then really to think on those uncertainties, and then really be prepared for that. As well, we have to think on our country's competitiveness. We have to think on whole EU competitiveness, because we are pioneers. Still, we are pioneers, even we are not reaching some 2030 targets in the LULUCF, but we are still big nation in 27 countries, which really think about the climate, about the nature restoration. And we have to show the good examples to other society around the world, because we have just one planet. And I would really wish that my son, and maybe my grandson or granddaughter, maybe someday, they still live happily on this planet. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks to our panelists. Thank you so much for being with us today, sharing your thoughts, knowledge, and experience. Before we, yes, let's clap again. Why not? Yes. So, thank you. Thank you. Before we jump to the closing remarks of this conference, there is a task I would like you to do for us, is the evaluation survey of the conference. You know, it's a bit maybe a procedural thing to do, but we would really love your involvement. So how do we do this? Is it in Slido? As a poll? Okay, let's then use Slido again. You are well familiar with that. Evaluation questionnaire. Is it live or? Okay, so it's working. Okay, I see people tapping. How many questions do we have in a survey? All right. I feel now like a teacher in the school, just checking, is it done? We will not obviously share the results. That's top secret now. Okay, is it done? Oh, this is fun. You know, in Baltics, speakers usually don't go in the audience. In North America, it would be more appropriate if I go and touch somebody, say, how are you today? We don't do that in Baltics. I mean, so I feel a bit, you know, strange now, walking around aisles and speaking to people. All right, assuming it's done, thanks for the feedback. It's really important for the future projects and improvements. Let's now jump to closing remarks. Should you be doing that from here? Yeah, you feel comfortable? Why not? So Ieva Līcīte from Latvian State Forest Research Institute Silava and Kristīna Sirma, who was also a participant of our panel from the Ministry of Agriculture in Latvia. So key takeaways, something about the future maybe. So the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. What a day. I would like to start closing remarks with this. It was indeed what a day. We had quite a lot of tough questions, quite a lot of good answers, and very good discussion. We didn't anticipate it, so good discussion. Thank you for this from bottom of our heart. Yeah, about takeaway messages. My first immediate takeaway is this running or moving targets like runaway bride. You are trying to catch it, but it moves. But yeah, about takeaway messages, we are sharing our duties today. So here in this panel, so
Teamwork.
Kristi, yeah,
It's teamwork.
yeah, it's teamwork.
So yeah, probably the first. So in a break, we discussed what might be the takeaway 3 points, and I would say the first one. This is common understanding. Common understanding because this is something. It's the playing field. This is the ground. This is the platform. We can discuss between us about different definitions, about sampling methodologies, but still picturing something different. It is still the question what we in Latvia understand peat soils, what is the wet soils, what is the wetlands, and it's something which still somehow we feel that there is something floating between experts. I would say even between the experts from the ministries, but there is always I would say that there is not about right or wrong. It's just about how we understand and really set the definition and really set our common understanding. So then this picture is one, and then if we talk about some measures and if we talk about some practices, then we really understand what is under the what is the between the lines, or how we really can go further and to catch this moving target. Yeah. But the common understanding, I would say, this is the first takeaway. It's from our point of view. I don't know. You can vote on that, but but there's no pool. So yeah, but this is first one. Probably the second one, I could also refer to what you said in the morning in your opening speech about sustainability. So sustainability, if we see the scientific literature, everything based on scientific literature and knowledge based, and so there is 3 pillars. It's environment, it is social, and it is also the economical, and we need to balance. And it's not an easy, because we know that environmentalists push more to the environment aspects, forestry, agriculture, peat, whatever, they're pushing more to this direction. And then ministry or policymakers, they are standing somewhere between, and they see the goals, moving goals. But this is what needs to be also somehow defined way how we can really balance all those sustainability pillars. And I think, because and also regarding what Christina mentioned, that we have to balance sustainability, but in more broader aspect. We have to understand that we live in a broader ecosystem, and this really needs to be taken into account, and find the solutions and sustainability in whole system, because this is life circle, and we have to balance all aspects. You want to add something? No?
Not really. Go on.
So and probably the third one, and I'm also happy for being involved in the Life OrgBalt project, because it was big. It was pleasure, and it was quite a journey for 5 years. Jesus, how we survived so long. But the collaboration and the collaboration among different institutions, not just in country, but among 5 countries, and in European Commission. Oh, this is something. So, and this collaboration is absolutely crucial, because when we would like to work on some new developments, if we would like to work, and if we would like to apply some new projects under the Horizon Europe, there probably will be big consortium partners, so around 20 maybe partners, and this collaboration is most important to reach the targets, and of course and discuss different hot topics, because in agriculture we have so many of them, so many issues what needs to be somehow solved. And through the collaboration, through the good scientific based knowledge based research, this is the basis also for the policy makers, because only on data, only on analysis scenarios, we can really predict and develop future policies. And which regards the land use change and forestry, it's long-term decisions need to be taken today, and I really would like that if we make those decisions, that they will work in long term, and I will not change them every year. So because this is something also needs to be analyzed, and I think is something also important. Yeah, I think this is from my side. What I maybe collaboration,
so to
sustainability,
understand each other, to
yeah,
collaborate, and to look through this sustainability lens would be
I think
our
this is,
takeaway messages.
I would take those 3 messages. At least I will take them. So yeah,
we can vote. Yeah. But about thanks. This was second item in closing remarks about thanks. We are so grateful to all of you who are today here. We are very grateful to our colleagues from ministries. We invited you, Johanna and Christina, and you came. That's so valuable and so important for a project like this, because we can do our science, but we want to see reaction from those who take decisions. And we saw it today, and we took our take-home messages also from this, and this panel board was indeed very important. And of course, many thanks to European Commission at the end for funding, otherwise we would not be here. Many thanks to our national co-funders. Each country has such, and it is obvious that we cannot move forward, we cannot do anything without funding part. Unfortunately, this is how this world is constructed. Many thanks to our partners in crime, to our dear partners. we will thank you, separate thanks as well, but also from this closing point of view of this conference, thank you. We were partners in crime. We each of us, we have our specificities, we have our superpowers, but only when we put them together, we can do something, and to find the common way, hopefully. And I would like to thank you also, our dear steering group members. Some of you I can see in this room, some of you maybe participate remotely today. You gave us a lot of very good advices. We took them. We took them seriously. We implemented them as far as it was possible at given situations. But we were steered in very human way, I would say. You were tough with us sometimes, but at the same time very kind and supportive. So big thanks for that. And of course, the biggest thanks also to our stakeholders. Again, part of stakeholders I can see in this room. I believe many follow us remotely, and maybe we sometimes organize too much of seminars. We had a lot of seminars, especially towards the end of this project in May and April. We bothered you a lot, but your interest and motivation to listen and to participate participate also was the best driver for us to move forward, and it is also driver and motivation for steps to come, because we felt that it's important what we are doing, and we feel it today that it's important what we are doing. We can have different understandings, we can have different views, but we feel that we are working on issues that are important for all of us. And I believe we will find the common understanding and path forward as well. And about future incentives, which was the third bullet point in closing remarks. And last one, I can't say exactly what will happen, but seeds are planted into soil, they are sprouting, and I'm very sure that if you follow our social networks, you will hear about our future ideas. We are right now working on the joint Baltic Nordic Action Program. Their colleagues from Luke is coordinating this work, and in this action program we will identify gaps. Research gaps, yes, mainly, but also other gaps of our knowledge where we should probably develop our thinking together in future as well. Yeah, by this, Christina, maybe? No? Okay.
Thank you, Eva, for keeping us
and
together.
ministry, you know how lucky we are. We as LIFE project, we have ministry among our partners. Thank you, ministry, and we hope for future collaboration as well.
Keep in touch.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you. A lot of happy faces here. Thank you. Okay, a few things more about the about tomorrow. You have plans tomorrow, right? Excursion. Are you happy with this? When I was a kid in school, I loved excursion days. I mean, you did sandwiches. So it's excursion with some scientific aspects of it, right? Okay. So do you know where you have to be? So it's 10 a.m. departure from University of Latvia, which is this area. Where exactly, by the way? Is it a bus coming, like a huge bus with a beat on it or something? Well, you'll notice. So 10 o'clock here. That's the main thing. Sandwiches, should we bring them or you would provide? It's all inclusive. It's like traveling to Turkey, isn't it? Okay. Right. So is that clear? So this is what if further questions about tomorrow's plans, Elena, red jacket, you will notice her. Just approach her and ask questions. About tonight, any plans for tonight? Yeah, rooftop, exactly. Officially it says 5 o'clock, but we talked that we could gradually move upwards to the 7th floor, the rooftop of this building, to have some cake, some wine, photos taken, meeting people, networking. How does that sound to you? Are you coming? Yes. All right. Few are coming, I see. Very good. I think that's it, folks. Thank you for being with us. Thanks for all the activity. Incredible day today. Thank you so much. Thank you.